have someone who does hookers and blow all day, every day, 365 days a year, tell you financial advice. That's your premise, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you find that this is a funny premise?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the joke? Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, baby.
Do you trust the media?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Do you trust the media?
Some things.
How are you gonna feel about them when they discover you and they're writing this bullshit about you?
No. What did you say that's bad about me? That I'm the sexiest motherfucker of all time? All I do is promote the autocracy. All I do is promote big business. So I'm actually their biggest ally. Really digest media 24/7. Like, I don't turn it off when I sleep. I'm their poster child of what they want people to be, which is literally sit in front of a screen 24 hours and consume. That's all they want people to do. That's I'm like I am their perfect example of what they want the future to be. I'm on social media more than any other person. All I do is consume their advertising. All I do is basically rep their advertisers. What's not for them to love? And on top of that, write some hit piece. Let's whatever it is. Let's say they say, Rabbi for the culture of the world because they I don't know they I mean I think I am good for the culture of the world. So, but whatever it is, I'll just be like your opinion, man. I have 1,000 fucking YouTube accounts that people are watching. Nobody's reading your fucking paper. Nobody reads papers anymore. You're a joke. Get the fuck out of here. I will seriously just go through and be like, all right, making an article about me, 15 videos about you. I'll destroy anybody's path. But generally, I'm very nice to people. I'm very kind. I give people the benefit of the doubt. They're going to love me. I stay out of politics generally. I do my best to avoid taking sides. I am who literally can all day, every day, what they put out. And I comment on it generally pretty positively. The things that I don't like, if anything, things that I will critique and I think will make the world better are the challenges that occur while live streaming your life or being on social media. There are a lot of app crashes. There are a lot of upload failures, mirrored apps between iOS and Android. Those are really important things to me. I want to improve technology. And they're going to say, what up, Zoo? I mean, you just interrupt people mid-sentence. Go ahead.
You know, say the funniest thing you've ever seen.
What is it, Zoo?
You're on your phone?
Yeah.
Can you on your phone? You're on YouTube on your phone?
I can be on YouTube on my phone. What do you want?
Can you look up my friend? Banana.
Just a moment.
Henry Wilson eats banana.
Okay.
Do you see the video?
Okay. Just one moment, dog. Responding to a message of risers. All right, now I'm looking at your thing. Okay, so what do I have to look up with this banana person?
Henry Wilson eats banana.
Is this the funniest I've ever seen?
Yeah.
If it's not, dude, I'm gonna be pissed. Wilson eats banana. Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of shit on Sir Henry Wilson. Is it man eats banana with?
Yeah. Watching?
Yep.
Rabbi, you watching?
Yeah, that was the absolute you've ever given me. Well, he's not very funny.
I'll tell you something about him.
What are you gonna tell me
He
about?
has a personality. He has a personality where he says funny shit off stage. Like, he's one of those comedians everyone knows at the venue, but like not for like his content, but for what the things he says when he's not on stage, because he just does the same thing over and over for the last 3-4 years. If I told you that guy right there over to James McCann, would you believe me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I mean, Jay needs people. Like basically follow him, or I should say open for him. So he gave that guy a chance.
For him, like 2019, 2020.
I mean, here's the thing.
Mega famous.
The thing. That guy, banana with the skin on, which I get could be funny, but he wasn't really funny when he did it.
Oh, he's eaten bananas in him multiple times.
Okay, I mean, but he's not like funny about it. He's not like reacting to it. He's just like, oh, it's good in my mouth. Oh, he's not saying, oh, I don't know why I don't do this. You know, I'm gonna have to go to the animal kingdom and teach apes how to eat their bananas just like this, because they're really missing out. Nobody's doing that.
So
Well, he hasn't evolved into anything funny. Zoot, how many of your friends got to meet James McCann? Holy fuck, man! You, oh man, you could have met the man. Dog, he met everybody. All right, well, I have a good feeling you're gonna meet him on the Secret Show. Rabbi Rothschild is the person who introduced me to you. He streams his life 24/7, and he's one of your biggest fans. And then James McCann's going to be like, fuck yeah. I would be like, I know somebody who's watched every Kill Tony appearance you've ever been on and critiqued all of them on their live stream. Not only that, but he introduced me to you and American, and he introduced you and a Australian comedian to me. You could be like literally all this person does 24/7 is watch stand-up comedy, and has for basically the last 4 years, in addition to like other podcasts and stuff. He's watched you on Rogan. He's watched you on Kill Tony. He's watched your regular stand-up, and he's a band. And one day he's going to blow up, and then you're going to blow up even bigger than you are currently. And say that's tight as fuck. And then he's going to give you some kind of gang sign handshake, and then he's going to be on his way. You're going into the pub?
Yeah.
All right, well, enjoy yourself.
Thank you for being here, man. Just be real with it, bro. Alright, let's fucking move on, boys. We got AJ. Did AJ? Yeah, yo, AJ, we can't hear yourself. If you can talk for yeah, this mic has some issues or something. Let's move on. I got the right studio. Go ahead, man. I can do, but I don't mind. So let's get more. Let's bring to scale. We got a 1,000 giveaway from the Zone State team. Drop a comment that made the winners in our space, or I'm gonna quote tweet or whatever. So make sure interact with tweet on the fucking space, like we also bro. It's 10 winners, $100 each, 1,000 US. You guys might interact with and why partner. Just be in every space, bro. One day, spaces from Thursday every fucking day. Let's go. We got reality in here. Big vlog here, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Are you? My son is no, bro. We can't hear you. We can't hear you on vlog. Are you approving? Yeah, it seems like it. Guys, I'm gonna announce the first 3 winners in 2 minutes. It's not the problem with videos. It's like, it seems like it's such a simple thing to fix, but I don't know. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, bro, it's their mics, bro. It's not apps. 30 seconds, bro. Let's go. I see we have much fucking shit, bro. So let us be here. Pause. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, like, there's dog. Legends,
This is the worst. Just talk. Yourself. Dog, I would throw this motherfucker out there. I Dog, none of this G. Just fucking talk.
Thank you for being here. We fucking love you, man. Look the fuck in, bro. We just got I need to work free. You have what you got. Go ahead. I think we got the biggest guy in this place with us right now. Victor, bro. Victor, how you doing, bro? Victor, you got what the fuck?
Damn.
It's been very interesting to see them on the track here, guys. And one thing I wanted to mention is not only for the job of Web3 because we do have it available and we do have it prompted in this space. The discussion we bring up is Web3. So I wanted to just come by and say hi to you. And if anyone interested in what's happening with this, just check my page. That will be easier than me showing to you. And I'm not the number for this. Thank you. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you for being here, man. Bro, you got a huge respect, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for bringing me up. I really appreciate you. Yes, my main chick was I really do it well. I'll let it take much time. I'm a graphic designer. I make clothes. I'm still making clothes for now. Thank you so much.
You make electronics skills. No, you're the best in the world before you're best in the world. 6'6", 6'7". Can't make fun of that. So what is the one thing we can point out? Really switch cams.
You're rugging me on much lower respect. That's not wrong, alright. I know she's here. Right, how you doing, bro? You got
Fucking 6'6". Can't make fun of that. Right? You can make fun of that. What is the one thing we can point out? Really switch cams. Go around. Super simple about that. So I got Edmund, I got Edmund talks up. Travis gets offended. Now people are just trying to fight, and then when he gets away, so now he was talking to him. Hold up. So I just was talking to Mario. Do not stop it. In the back of the locker room, he goes, listen. If you're trouble and you communicate to me and we say that, you and I would never talk to the side. That's why it's not do that route.
yeah. Yo, I know to go ahead, man. Jim, everybody.
Even more about slightly. I just remember talking to Mario, do not stop this. And in the back of the locker room, he goes, if you're trouble and you communicate to me, I'm going to let you go. So that you and I would never talk to the side. I won't talk to you. That's why I talk to you.
Nah, man, she doesn't work out, bro. You've been active on my ex account for a long time. I did it the best way. Much love, man.
We're all performer and that's we are together. She's my woman and so there's no boyfriend, girlfriend, stuff. There's no big work together. Well, yeah. Got another big man in the house. Joe Rogan. I don't interrupt. Shit, bro. I'm watching.
100%, bro. I got you. Yo, guys, $500 giveaway. 10 winners. Cause has only picked one winner so far. There's going to be 9 more people engagers for them, you know, that show up for Taz on a daily basis. So many before in the previous space to get $1,800 to 30 people. You know, we've seen it happen live, so it looks like notifications, drop comments in the profile. I mean, of course, basis when we look at all these people be making with everyone on the space, on the stage. You know, Taz as a badge is actually, you know, Joe Carnage, bro, Yucky Duck stole the account, bro. They've got 18 affiliates, bro. All 777, bro. Wise, all the accounts, accounts 7. With a badge, we can connect premium plus accounts. I like to emphasize this because there's all of us, smaller accounts, basic premium accounts, you're helping a lot of small, otherwise you're not to work so much harder. It gives us a store for X account to swap my stuff and come up on this page. This is extension of my maturity. I converted. And bro, I went from 200 followers to 50 or something like that, right? In one space, man. It was a space like this. So if you were verified followers come up on the stage, people follow you. You know, bro, I know Taz and I have connected 5,000 followers way early in like this space. Early next chances. I'm getting called right now, man. I think I said something. I'm gonna go to that. So I go around the stage, a couple speakers up here. Victor. I've heard what I have much to show beside the fact that to be able to fit it into 30 seconds because it's a massive like 60 seconds. You know, it is like what at first, like what integration is things. And you know, I have to if you're curious of the stats, just check my videos that were shared this year. Last year we've been expanding in the US market. This year we're continuing lining up ourselves with a community, and it's been tremendous growth, especially in the medical sector and the gaming sector, which has a lot of opinion. It's just a little bit now. People start to pay attention to it because quite frequently Crash, Whale, and many other people, they are not paid. I think and the reason why it's integrated directly utilize your gift to your banner, to your profile, test it out and see stuff, just DM me or tell your username. So you'll take help. So the space, like what you guys my journey would change something like yeah, I'll do that this time. And we got 8 gems, those gems. Yeah, nice. Let's be honest with you. What you keep on be true, man. As it get on to your children, be with you. Right? We will continue around to it. So, about you to the timeline. Nice. Thank you for having me on this space. He stays.
So why don't you just suck his dick?
lead developers, senior developers, I mean, in different spaces, some are Web 2, some are Web 3. All of that is above award wage. Everything that works for me is paid above wages. Yeah, it's like anything though, right? Imagine that your only incentive to work for me is if I pay you, right? You don't get people. I want people who come in when they feel like I have something to earn, and if I add, I get an equal reward. It's like in kind of men, right? When you meet a man, I feel it in debt. If someone does something for me and I realize that it's been it's the kind of man that I realize in crypto sometimes people are there and can be just sorry yeah, because I don't want to carry about it. But what you were saying in the end, the first bit I would actually a bit yeah, I would actually always say, for example, acting for pay to earn, sorry, pay to problem. People only pay just for the money actually are the problem. And how I would say as a frame it very quick, talking frame. The way my ecosystem is, if I'm not going to share it because it's your space, in my opinion, not to your, but just in general to anything else, just because they actually really so good, and afterwards, that's just how I want people to think. I'm not saying it, but I say I'm building part where just a fancy start, is go to your local shop, and you've already given an element, and already interacting with AI 15 top, and you don't even know. In my opinion, that's the next level complex. So I'm not going to go too in, but say is that when I actually know, I'm glad to hear you play the sound commended. I was trying to open how you speak, and if it makes it cool, I want to get either I want a platform, bring people on my category. So what I'm saying is, maybe rather than thinking of 2D money, I'm basically giving about you're not going to load of it. It's really hard work, like you say, you're saying you're doing so many. Load of it, or do a thing, they get 5 or 10 of them, and you just suggest something like that. Would you think of anything like that, or you not? Yeah, we're very open to that. So the idea that Chris from Rumble, where he comes in, Mr. Beast does it as well, and they go and sprinkle a certain amount of awards with a bunch of crypto at a certain time. That's one feature, but also we have to introduce something new where if you're a stream, and maybe you stream for 20 people, but you're a consistent stream and you get points for the leaderboard. And essentially it's up to them and buy out, how big your following is. And then once a month we'll do, so one of our biggest streamers, you can do a stream, maybe you have this guy has 1 million. The contract is to get into a big unit there. So it's like, people who subscribing, it's an entertainment platform, right? And also, it's just kind of thing. And you know what, how I want to spin that is, I'm talking, I want to take that the other hand, I'm going to tell you, I think I'm
These days, yeah, good way. He's having his all over.
What's the question?
Can anyone globally use it when they're limited to few countries?
Anyone globally can use it, and you're not going to be geo-restricted, meaning that if you're from a country that might be a smaller country, maybe you have less monetization options, maybe you're filming in Vietnam or something with the GDP is lower than the film in the States, you can still film, like you can still stream. The people will decide what it is that they want. And we're still, we want to incubate creators that are consistent, and we also want to be able to have a level of, I guess, for lack of a word, diversity, right? Like, we don't want to just be centralized in the US because the US pays the most money. I have a lot of friends that do live management. I have a lot of friends that influence. I have a lot of friends that do that at the high level. I know the US is the best market to have. But then if it's just the US
Yo, what up, pimp? Cash, how you living, baby?
Like the idea of, to me, it's inclusive. Like everyone should be allowed to be involved. So that's the.
Cash, are you in my Discord?
Essentially, you can stream from anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I can. Are you in my Discord?
If you want to do adult content, maybe someone would be risky. Maybe probably.
Cash, I can't hear you really well. Come to my Discord.
So that essentially it covers us. So it covers everyone. No one wants to be, involved in something that's. So that's.
Cash, come to my Discord.
That sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, diversity is a big part of it. We want around be able to be involved. It's not for me to say that one person is organised some of the guys at the top of the film, and others won't get a lot of attention, and then it just becomes a money game. Right? In places like that, you would be shocked to see that they can pay $5 million for deals for your influencers. How can you ever play a money game with them? Because they have a lot more than even us. So if it's just a money game, and our idea is that we want to incubate new creators, we want to build them up. They can be smaller, but we want to help them. Provide them the other marketing out. We're also building ads component in our platform. Gambling, based on what your comfort level is. Some people don't want to promote gambling, and they don't have to. Like you don't have to stream gambling. If you want to, sure, then you can get paid more and you can get a higher level. Obviously, you can rate.
Cash, come to my Discord. Dog. Excellent. My Discord's my link.
I think that it's
Sucks, right? Sucks way to say it. I don't like it.
The name of the product is the World Mobile Wallet. Basically, you can log in from the World Mobile. They install telecom. That's right. You're 20% fixed APR coins. There's no variable theory from token. World Mobile has 2.9 million internet slash mobile service, and the problem that they solve is there's 3 million people on the slow seconds from each
Oh, sorry, can I say something? I'm raising up. Thank you. Yeah, sure, this is the question. But you answered everything. The question was actually going to be joining through your link on the website and become streamers. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is essentially Solstake TV, so SOLSTAKE.TV. There's a website that created that you can fill out. And also, there's a new concept that we're bringing in. If you have an affiliate you creators in, you actually get a share of their revenue. That's something that's quite new and we're still to be discussed. But I mentioned that creators and they do well, you get 6% tips. Like their fees comes to you. So it's kind of I don't want to say and the fact that can be how they would, but it gives you some level of incentive to kind of push creators to us. That can be a thing. Also, it's hard to really incentivize to get the best people because again, there's no friction points in it. You need to transactions some people don't want to do. At least initially, incentivize people to kind of to apply. I think Melissa, she would check out the platform as well, and then more than welcome to. So nice, and then very well done. Yeah, Victor, you've done very well, Vitalica. Congratulations.
At the same time for 2 hours. I know how to follow me also. Amazing spaces. I'm your nurse. I'm your girl. I'm here to check on my page. If you know you're new in the space and you want to know about branding, jobbing, and my idea, let's go to
Right now, I will be making very quick winners for anyone that wants to tap in with the winners, just turn on their notifications that are here for a show that we're learning, and you're getting them that we're going to see. That's what I love about X. I'm going to test on just so yesterday, position. I went to sleep pretty much right after most of it.
Some people feel real sad right now. Real sad right now. When you start it's the way it goes.
Twitter picking, even however you want, not even that, but you can choose the best shit for people in this space to find out however which one. Just send me their names, however you don't even have to do it now if you don't want to in a rush. I did want to do a show, but I'm not going to, I'm just going to do that. Put that out there in the comments. I can't even pin on this phone right now. It's quite early till that I have to send this shit. I'll put it there, you don't have to do I need to hear this. I'm excited. I want to hear that spread. I want to go. I have to go. I need to hear it. Something. I can do a 1 minute show or something. I want to do 30 seconds. I'll do 20 seconds. And basically, you look at me on there. Things that I'm doing right now, web 4, actually stood on the same University of AI, product machine learning, and in Cambridge, I'm doing ethics, so it's interesting. USB thoughts and that we're going to do space and that soon. So the web 4 side of it, projects like yourselves that need that tech uplift, we can help do all of that without you have to take all your liquidity and take 2%. We're going to provide all that for free. We're on board to web 4, we believe in what we do. Wizards and web 4, and everyone here probably like, but if he looks in, he's going to go to the full. He's going to go to the moon. Like, I'm on my phone now. We're here, and I feel very bad. Now I know we're in it, and I heard it all the way. And I killed it today. I know you were doing ways, and you killed it so good. He gave you a show. What show? We are shining out. I will announce the 5 owners right now. I already PM'd all of them. The first 7-second winner is NPSC KON. The third is Masah. The fourth winner is 707X for Severo. They have Severo. The fifth winner is CXGT. So I hear all of you guys. And give out everything the prize. I'm gonna set everyone the prize. And we take this space, and after this space, I'm going to be all of them, and I will be Listening, locked in, and that request right now. I'm gonna pick 5 winners from the request round. So let's do it. Give me winners of these. There's 5 people. Okay, let's begin. You have the number 1 winner from the chat who show up in the space. You are the number 1. Let's go. Let's go. Number 2 is going to be Underdog. You are the second winner. Let's go. Right now, number 3 is going to be that probably Ruby is not even verified. This you can win if you're active in this space. Guys, it's different in the name, so I just send that. I'll take a screenshot. Fourth winner to this request right now is going to be. Congratulations. Ivor, shut up. Congratulations. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's awesome. Legend. Next fucking space is on Monday. On Monday, we are going to vote another 500 votes for Basic Casino Getaway. Check that big day. That big tweet on the 1,000 giveaway from Souls ATV. Retweet that your friends. Hey, Charles. You know that your boy Dog, I've had some out for the past he's doing a stage right now. Message on the wall. You want me to roll that with? Is it to you or going now? Alright, well, I'll give it up straight for the start. And everyone, please, after this thing, go to your boy Tozzy Hall, and if you see any hearts, then you're not the job, yeah? Fill them all up for your reset. The plumbing office is coming along. Let's go anyway.
So come Saturday night, there's going to be some but no disrespect for nothing but respect for them, and it's good, man. So what's this sort of journey been like for you? Because it's as though the UFC keeps putting you up against these legends, and you're almost becoming the legend killer, so to speak. Do you like that role? It's not bad. It's not bad. I do actually love it. I do actually love it. Silva and you mentioned today comes on. I can't say enough about this guy as far as how talented he is. He's got the shooting up his sport, he's not ranked in the title. I feel like if you can beat the UFC, I feel like we're all right. So I expect to not out. I expect to fight, but I expect to City getting set for UFC 28 this Saturday night. Brendan Schaub, who faces a very important heavyweight fight. And Brendan, I saw the countdown show. You called you a rookie, and you didn't seem to like that very much. Why? This rookie just beat the guy who made his name on kicking out and knocking out. So I respect your protest, but compared to the rookie, but he's the top rookie. He's going to have hands both sides. You say
Look at this athleticism of his footwork. Look at this motherfucker.
say you guys respect him. Do you think he knows? So respect him. Yeah, this rookie just beat the name on kicking head, knocking out. So respect for Bishop, but compared to him, you say you have respect for him. Do you think he has respect for you? I hope so. That's you consider what you did against Ray. You can't honestly say that he's a safe to wear shirts and go up security. Me and my dad used to work out fights, such big legends. Especially for the he's a bird just like it. He's 6K with the first round. He's just a rookie. Good. He's young, hungry. He's just a rookie in the sport. Just a rookie. I will defeat him, sure. It's not gonna be me. Let's see it again. And it's almost like he'll turn his head, anticipate one. You're a fair guy to miss. You should great, but let me ask you, since you're gonna knock him out, obviously came out longer than I expected. Was the fight something in there? Finish it like she rocks it. He said that he's going on the mat. Notice it? He was on the mat. He was
versus Nogueira. It's still a big fight, guys. Nogueira is one of the greatest heavyweights ever. And for Brendan Schaub, he just come off a big win. This will put Brendan Schaub in weight division.
Cook off and did convincing fashion. Honestly, I did not grab the name. That's what happened.
This is a big fight for Nogueira. Not only to get back on track and get back that heavyweight title hunt again, Brazil.
That's gonna be insane. I can saw how guys coming to fight Brazil. Be like me, not my friends. For me, the reason I want this fight is because that's the pressure. That situation in my career is as close as you get to the pressure of a title fight. Again, as good as that, got good shooting, but when I fight him, that I let jiu-jitsu. Like,
for sure, I think I can make another one. Garrett was a champ in the UFC and Pride, so it's pretty tough. But I'll take my boxing division for Garrett, so I definitely plan to keep it on. The tribe goes to ground. I know how to hold him. I know how to work him. I know how to submit him. It's my line. Commit to win, it puts you right up there in the picture. Guarantee this lower decision. Guarantee it. Better not on the ground. Wherever that fight goes, I'll get ready for him. In front of his hometown, in front of his home fans. I'm not going to get real.
You keep putting you up against these legends, and you're the legends killer. So, do you like that rule? It's not bad. So the UFC that you want to do that, or was that their idea? Their idea. Actually, no one told me I want to be Joe Silva. American Tour training camps with HSBC Arena is home. It's truly a legend of MMA. Just landed for Sean there. Perfectly. Sean has had very good success with that uppercut. This little Sarah, and he's still continuing to smash. Chance to deliver. Goes on the win. Garrett was stalking and shooting for 1-2, but he didn't just leave it with those 2 punches. He kept coming. Yes. So what do you find out? It's not the case. It's like, so but it was huge. Yeah, it was huge. Yeah, you guys were the biggest bottom. And Elon Musk said, I won. Yeah. Let me take it from here. Yeah. That was the biggest thing. You were like, that's just errands.
Right? Or no specific monies have been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transaction because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Sorry. Gemara says, on my case ultimately again. So what do we need to answer that? You should shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again says the Gemara, ultimately again, the concern about my quotation. We should shvius about over here, the halacha l'maisa that perhaps again shvita lus versus halo miyaki should be shacha lo miyaki should be ultimately again thing. Halacha l'maisa, particular monies have been designated for advance because what's the case? The case over here is where the bias advanced the money to the fund. Okay, so this changes everything. She shaped it, you know, while I'm finding is the family. Kodem sheshlach etzlo. The haftam the bias of the research. So this changes everything. So here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Reuven says, go to the Chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on. The cases where already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, you tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. On these sort of shapes, I mean, that's in the outdoor. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana
Vikesh, how you living, big dog? Vikesh, I know you. Vikesh, Vikesh, Vikesh. Can you hear me, big man? Vikesh, 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 big dog. Can you hear me? Saw you just unmute yourself. Vikesh, can you hear me? Vikesh. Vikesh. Vikesh.
Actually, network that is disturbing me. I just entered it right now.
Okay, excellent. How are you, big man?
Okay, bro. I'm good. I'm good. Actually. It's a long story.
I know who you are.
Yes, I know you are too.
Okay, how can I help you?
Ravi.
Yeah.
I said, is there app? Is there any other
Other sites that can find what?
influencers?
Influencers. What do you need?
Influencers, like people that
Okay, what about Instagram?
don't understand what I mean.
I mean, you're looking for influence. Instagram's the biggest place for influencers in the world.
So for me, I'm a co influencer. I work for different people, the same thing with me.
Okay, what about Telegram?
Yeah.
What about Telegram?
Are you able to tell them?
What about Telegram?
I don't get your point.
To do what you want?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do they say? Because what are you talking about, big man? Yo, Vcash. How can I help you, big man? Ask you. Did you create your resume? Did you create your resume?
I can't hear you. Network is running.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, hear you.
Okay, well, better?
He sent it to me again.
I'm asking you a question. Okay, you did. Did you upload it to Indeed and ZipRecruiter and LinkedIn?
The network is disturbing me.
All right, big man. Did you upload your resume to ZipRecruiter, Indeed, LinkedIn?
Yes, I linked it.
Vcash.
I think it should be Your friend like that, you look just
That's so again, all of this is all on this same level of transaction release. So like that thing that's happening. So the US says, I'm sorry, I'm not now. This might be coming to us. So I said this over in front of the Sikid of Nardo. Amarle, Ihachi, and the 20 Su'u Shisubani Korea tax the prices shouldn't be that. He says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should say, you should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case on years where we pay. Right? So you left one with the shopkeeper. And then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $11. How much did you consume? Which means, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm like honey, that yeah, again, a lot of places, you're right, change the license, read the license should really be the following way. Please remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Number one is a rooting uses represented dollars. It's because go out to meet, but you drink on meat. In that case, what they do is not key to the way the Muslim thing now is that Allah for myself, Ruben prepaid the fee. He went ahead and gave $100 chuck. He said, my work is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned, if we have access now to the items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying. The way that price should read is two workers, so go out and drink, buy, and then I will settle up ultimately again. That's how the money goes. Okay, we'll say, we'll stop over there. Oh yeah, everyone, enough. Everyone.
Steve, where do you live in? Pim? Long time no speak. What's life like slinging dick in India? I'm listening to you, baby. Oh, you got it, Frosty. How was Japan? It's quite mean.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this interest.
Why is it that all these people would like
It's
it?
host for the Solos Troubles and the Drazing honor of Israel Drazing, Dina Drazing, and the Roses White from the Bracha. We got sponsors, Dr. Eddie Creation of the Yard Site of Dr. Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hamler, memory of their father, Denver, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Lorena, Blossom, from the Bracha. We dedicate our learning to this after just make first welcome and bring them home. The Shalom Karas of the America of the Social give them success. The whole of Imagine. Also, with that, let us be exciting daf ahead of us today. Daf is Son of Gimel 3, and we are picking up on Son of Beis, and the base is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Yas Hikeri Shvias Nan, who pardoned the Shvias, just in case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yehuda from the poor, and then repay them with a full year. So if you look at what it actually says, it's very interesting. She is called in Smanabi. Obviously, again, without getting into technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead while it's still readily available.
Wow.
So because that's no longer readily available, you really can no longer kind of yourself. So the idea of the people of the house of right, with Baro Shemitah Chodesh follow the Sheminis, Ishtach Achli Amin Sheminis. So what happening again is on year number 8, the Aniyim, this new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and so people mention this practice of Yom. There's something about it, obviously. Yom seen often, it's perfect fun. It's perfectly fun. Why that done? Never say that. Look at Rashi. Yom seen a couple of Rashis. Yom, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yana, Rashi says, even that he shaita, lo habu hana, lav chalik benin, lo chaylik kedusha shvias. Remember again. We saw yesterday already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden item called upon the previously. So, for example, the concern over here is this shows that even the atheist should ultimately have Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really applied because there's a recipe, there's not immediacy, or they should say, because the focus is being taken on sheep, only being quote unquote paid eight, because there's no it does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce falls upon eighth year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, and therefore, again, Shemitah same to follow up on the eighth year produce. It's still very interesting. And it's the S9 and then we come up with S9 zone. The person goes to a zone, and it's right how this is the case. These are object, I got to this of an S9 zone. Let's give artificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign up, Bryce says, no some, let's say Ruben goes to the ultimately again, he gives her as mirror payment, right? But he doesn't, or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay anything. What's the use? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. No some he gave her, let's say he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course, relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, there were no restrictions on it. Sorry, furthermore, the second case, but he had a relation of love to one need. Ultimately, the entire also law, my estimate to look at. If he didn't care, it doesn't make any sense. Hello, Hachika, that's what it means to say. Listen, Nasalah, the Achakak Ba'ala. If he gave it, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. He was going to say like this. When we become an Esnan, on a harvest payment, when there's laser relations, right? Pair. In other words, when there's that's when it's an Esnan. It's a lack of transaction you see. Then the pay does not take on the Esnan zone. And what that means practically, let's say for some type of summer or temple use. So watch Elkama, Nasalah, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakak Ba'ala. Rashi Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relation. Of course, how exactly you go ahead and immediacy, I think there's some common sense. You know, pays her today has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Ba'ala, the Achakach Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, Esnana Mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakach, is not fine. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, there has to be a transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line the sheep payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Ordiana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the floor and then pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little transacting business with Shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8 produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed. Sorry, let's go through this, right? Let's impose ahead and face it. We're going to use Rahman. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using it because it's the easiest example right? So he pays her a sheep. Let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has a sheep. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for constituted temple use, right? It's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. If he bought when he does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. Has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her on top of something, Lechol Allah is Solomon Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate somehow. It's in their relationship. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. What was the case? Talk about the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we were saying, but when they have a relation on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized for harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Shofar up is a comment on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. She's a zona, and she's offering up kavanos. Also, it's important we do this many times. It is important to understand we all cease, and we all live with inherent contradiction. In certain respects, I'm sympathetic, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona, the sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions. And struggles and all that and when we still push forward to do good, fight all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offers a time, by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. I says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours today, right? Acquire this as, right? Then, halacha the sharila, right? The halasa, the shaspia, umatara ba'amu. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship. So essentially, he gave it, and therefore she has every right to offer. However, the role of in the action of eating that in the car is very, very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, Tuesday, right? Scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Keeps it on Tuesday. Here we go. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not her. And if it's not hers, he must be a part of how to offer up as a part of the issue, which is based on published Amrach says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an error, evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrach not based on the issue, so just like your home, you own it. So to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's off, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer up as a card? Unless it's you could only be match something that is yours, which means in the realm of intellectual growth, Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes you make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who up to inspire. A lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those persons told or their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate, which you own. You can't concentrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hakadosh Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. He expects of me to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess beyond what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. Utilize those in pursuit of personalistic. Only be makish at which belongs to you. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habikabeh Achasbi. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep unto you. Keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow. With you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, you need the sheep for some reason. Let's say something comes up. You need the sheep at every time, whether you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come here." Then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. That's what fine. So Gemara says this. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's not really it's interesting. We're doing this because remember, this all happened with Rabbi with his Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening here, destiny, prohibited status is actual immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the essence of his own, by the harlot case. That emerges gets a little bit into the harlot case. So by the it's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben gives Zon the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makish. She consecrates. Now she didn't offer that as a problem, but she's makish. So what's the status of the money? So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says verbally pledging something to hektish, equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So then again, that the act of going ahead and makish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but being it's gone. Makish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she, again, because let's say you heard the shine is in the case of her gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Esna Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makishit. Wednesday the Bia occurs. And ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslan or not? So the tiv shall be ready Eliezer. You can observe Eliezer. So we'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? The Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behikli Vasa. Rabbi Eliezer understood the case. Yes, not Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already under the occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval Hikri Shaso, low. But from the statement, it would appear that if she was not tishul, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called the zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake by it. The truth is, this shayla is mamish shayla of Elazar. So the Gemara says, mine. Mifle the Rabbi Eliezer, Yakli Vasal, Dafka, Bakli Shasal, Lo, the Isabia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the bia? By the time the bia occurs, the animal's no longer here. But perhaps again, she was just makdish, she consecrated existence at the time of the bia, in which case the animal is recategorized as an eslanza. All Gilma, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an eslanza. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan zone, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an eslan. So if he deposited an animal for payments, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has right animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up by karma. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. What's the status of that animal? That's the analyze. So we're making the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecration purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. At Shalosh Shonim Esnala Asa. So the Bryce, as if it has relations with them. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the Asa. I'm not stop. I'm not pissed off. Lokashi wasn't just important. The rights that we quoted before in the 62B said that if relations and then payment, that's not a transactional medius. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, you can 3 years later, ultimately it is still It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar his Baali li Bitalazah. Hada his Baali li Bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Again, so we're talking about a case where he says, relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transaction immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amr Labatala is my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go over to Rachel. He says, have relations with to Zona. Have relations with me for this sheep. Now, he doesn't compare 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a farm statement because there's transaction. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, one has to have the Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by you, they don't need Mashiach. So talking about a son who's not Jewish. The other possibility is the Olam Bazar Yisraelis. I was talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, going the Koi Bechatzer. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her. In which case, again, only there's two classes. She required us in a second. Either Bechatzer, Bala, the African Nasa, Hakamo. One second. If it's in her chutz, in her, then she requires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutz, she already acquired it. You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma because she's acquired even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutza. Which the Gemara says, the shotgun in a handy apple to keep. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So everything comes to the and I hear this sheep is an apple to keep. Remember, what is a apple to keep? Apple to keep essentially is like, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for this, right? If I don't pay money, you could take this sheep. So there doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Master Rav Shesha. So Rav Shesha says like it's supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is unraveling the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara will Apollo. So let's say again. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They don't see why this is important for them. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh. Okay, so actually things. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself drink. Supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshesh, she can do this. Eno Choshesh, she doesn't have to be worried. Something on 63b. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yad. I will say, here's what's interesting about this. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha ma'aser, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum, or honest to be concerned, maybe akum's going to go by yayis, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amal is explained by shmita produce, or ma'aser sheni, or it's been outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned? In the same chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's on him. Whatever they do, they do. He says over here, okay, Rashi just for all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line, it's not Rashi. The ha'ilu, we don't, Ruth is not the one giving them private. Ruth is giving them money. And it's chavra, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on you. For again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Sabbath Yom, 63b, second line down. But if he said to them, Su v'echlu v'ani poreah, Su shlu v'ani poreah. If he says to the workers, right, factory workers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why? He said, look at that. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, I'll pick up the tab, then again, that is problematic. If he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Almost. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now, and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Almost, he made Easter cup. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce. So Sheni is problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Hachanami kapara than the Isser kapara." There's a sot over here about Adiana, and they repay the 8th year. Ultimately, again, isn't that paying for Shemitah produce? Which the Gemara says, "Gemara Chista vechen beni makifo the mishtabel." So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead, telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they're purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction. immediacy that's happening right here. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Actually, just a moment. It's actually right across the right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you. It's regularly expensive credit. שכבר הכיר בו, שכמובן יש לו הדין ארכנה לו לחדני. תוך חליפין. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is dealing with, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So there is already there is transactional immediacy that's happening. She says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to get the drivers items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply to this right now, right? This wasn't like a credit situation, and these weren't people together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, even with the status work, same case, go eat and go drink, not pick up the tab. That's sending to a shopkeeper who normally is credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then if that's the case, then set them up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Mars Bedtime wherein when it is so ultimately again that it's prohibited, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pay for the limited items. Aber the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and like two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight dramatically different cases. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any bama? A person says to his friend, "Take one of the pony, vehicle cost lach." So happens, so right, Ruben goes, all right, I go over to Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, lend right money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. Because what do you see from there? You can't ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to occur right now. Whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. The low miyach shibude low misar. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So let's look at that. Rashi says, "Kivan lo miyach shibude." Look at Rashi. Third wide one. Rashi's about him. Kiloi shelo yichei lo miyach mo lav chalipa lo misar. Since moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money. That's right. He's telling his workers, go out and drink. I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money he set aside for that, their action is it should be mutter. Shelo yichile below mitzvah. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately answer without Yishon Shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again says the Gemara ultimately again we have to be concerned about my fortune. Mishum Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah that perhaps again Shliach produce versus again same thing. Because no particular money is designated for that transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the balai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes everything. Okay, Rashi, Sheikhin lo, Balabayis dinar b'chendini, Shishalach etzlo. The hashtam the Balabayis ta'avli b'yisur. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the chendini, go to the shop, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, and now that makes sense because paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not gonna know. I'm used to like they come in drugs in our love. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all on this same ground of transactional news. That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Kana, I'm used to the Shmei becoming Rav Zavid now. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Zavid of Nardo. And what happened? Amarei, Ihaki, Adi, Tani Tsu'u, Ichnu, Tsu'u, Shesubani Breakins. The Brisa shouldn't read that Reuven says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me. It's not like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is where Reuven prepaid. Right? So he left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's like saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which the Gemara said, you're right. He said, you're right. Ultimately, again, Allah he said, you're right. Change this. Read the Brisa should read the following way. Allah says, Reuven says to his case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the Brisa. Case number one is where Reuven gives his workers $100. He says, go out and eat, go out and drink. that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on the case. To the way the Gemara is understanding it now is that Halaisa Ruvain prepaid the Chinkin. He went to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in. Let them buy. Let them eat. Drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's Ruvain is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that price should read is Ruvain says to his workers, so go out and drink, and then I will settle off ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a gaff. Wishing everyone a wonderful. There's a graceful spark to learn. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this, our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. So Tosim Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotov, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses, Standing Roses, White Zebra. Learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Operation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and me and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch, Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, and always we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages and the program to bring them home. Shalom and Kara and miracle of this ocean to give them success. The whole of Nasi. They got to let us speak in heaven. Got ahead of us today. They got this almost 63 and left on Sunday to be the day Rabbiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up the bottom. So in verse as follows, today Rabbiana, Yas Viterishni Ramin, Shikharlim Shnis. Very interesting thing said here. Members of the household of Rabbiana, which they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually makes me very interesting. Yasi Kirishi is called this Muslim. Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicality, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but rather Shemitah produce while it's still readily available. That's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Part of the Shemitah, the offering Aniyim in the Shemitah after so what ended up happening again is on number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repay the Aniyim with new produce. So they can't say. So people mention this something about it, obviously. Some Jews. They say something to Yochanan. I'm a little. Yochanan said, "Yeah, we seen all this perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? They've done Now, I'll say that interestingly enough, Rashi, you also like starts to a couple of Rashi. There, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the people that you shut up, low, hubble, funnel, the end. Low is juice there. Love, Khalik, and you know, although highly position is again. We saw yesterday that when you get into an issue of commerce with a forbidden item, sometimes that forbidden identity off upon is previously committed. So for it is, it's like one is transactions which means the produce, if your produce should ultimately have the same produce, the prohibition. But the opening said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a rest, there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediacy because the produce is being taken away and only being quote unquote repaid during your aid. There's no immediate reciprocity. Therefore, this does not look like the produce, and therefore, the prohibition devolves upon the aid for produce. That's the idea of that. Therefore, again, Allah, and therefore, again, shoot the same we will not fall upon the aid for produce. This is the very interesting. You connect them to S-Log Muta. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with S-Log. S-Log is when the person goes to a zone and competes for some services, right? Obviously, you pay your money. Here's your object. That object is called an S-Log, so that's public, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, is a corresponding case. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rice says, no some level of bottom. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel is a son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Okay, so obviously it doesn't make sense. Understand? If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wipe sheep that even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. It says the sue, furthermore case, but he had with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the right? So that's saying the S9 is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Ella, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, let me tell you this piece outside. Such a Gemara is going to say like this: when you become an S-Nun, and S-Nun is one of the hardest payments, when there's transactional immediacy, pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S-Nun. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S-Nun zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the achar kach ba'ala, what means the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. he doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So the pays her today and answers her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. It's not a mutter. Excuse me, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. It's not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnot is going to be mutter. Nasala, the acharkach, fine. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is this: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnot, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status of, again, of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbianai need to produce from the poor and get ultimately, again, with 8 years. People came to the Yochanan because, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit stress practice. You're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea, transactional immediacy. So because of the we don't view that year produce as an exchange, right? Or as ultimately, again, for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslam case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let goes ahead and pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnan Zona. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a heart should develop upon the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? The Hikri Vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. And we'll say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona. And bring up carbonos. It's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all have vacancies. And we all have inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik. In certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well. There are things in my life that I do very poorly. And there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. That I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all. Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some harmonious spirituality and righteousness Most of us are not there, but sometimes we feel different. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm being stuck up, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. Welcome to the all contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reach mikolach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries, our inner struggles, and mother HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up our partners. About the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, the sharila, right? The halasa b'shasbiya umatana ba'amahubiya. So then obviously, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnon on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the little in the aksha, it's enough in the it's very easy. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was listening and said, if he didn't say to her, your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer it up as a carbon? After all, Vishkiyak is based on Polish Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an evaluation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, and not based on Bishuso, just like your home, you own it. Achkol Bishuso. So the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part of it? You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring us against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. Who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's co-hosts are, their abilities are. The Ribbon shall only ask you to be makdish that you only have to consecrate it, or you only can consecrate what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic insight about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we don't know if we're honest about it. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamrla was the case. Eladamrla, the Havi Chasvia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The but if you need the sheep some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need whatever. Then fire it as it's interesting. Behind the hedges is that's not fine. So the mercy does. So that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides, it's interesting. We're doing this because this all happened with the Yana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of fractional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone, by the payment case as well. I think Mark just gets a little bit into this harder payment case. So by the come up with the So let's say same thing. Moving is Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Manu. Kevan da Amar Amir Russell Gabot Mislasal Hadil. Kiman Dakri Vasitam. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately of going ahead and being hektish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Now, in other words, offering it up is offering up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I'll say, you heard the shayla is in case where she offered it up Tuesday. By the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Esnon Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case, over here on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is: does the object become an Esnon Zona or not? So the Mersa B'Tiv Shamid Rabbi Eliezer. We give us our so we'll say going on the top of the daf. Right? The Mersa Rabbi Eliezer Shekadma Behikri Vasa. Remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer did the case at the Esnon Zona, right? Where she went ahead and she offered it already by the time the occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About so low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, that the animal was still in existence, the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would be called an Esnon Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake coming by. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, mine. Mifsha she did Rabbi Eliezer that the basal davka b'shasol lo. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an Esnon is when the animal was fired up before the bia? Because by the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. Again, where she was just she consecrated it. That's still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is an eslam zona. All dilma, if you pshita le, vikdishasa masach. You know, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as non-zona, but in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it, so we're not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, but in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with as non-zona yet. We do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an as non-zona, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an esnan zone. If he deposited an animal for payments, now it doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. If she's makdish, and so the animal, since at the time of the bia, next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the okay. Let's analyze more. So we're making a side. Second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purpose, or meaning where is it kasha? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, but the Bryce says if Lucan has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. He pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still Carlet's payment, and it's still the Aser. It's called Amra Chista Lokashia. So we'll say that conscious is just important. The Bryce that we quoted before on Son of Mary 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, it's not an estimate, there's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's a relationship 3 years later, it's not a contradiction. Omar is Ba'ali li Hada Amra is Ba'ali li Bitadan. So I said this is very, very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, it's another case where he says, relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yet he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. Because what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require Mashiach, are required taking possession. Which the Gemara says, it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So by a non-Jew, they don't shicha to a par. So we're talking about someone who's not Jewish. Right? Another possibility is Yom Bezor Yisraelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's kiyum chutzah. She acquires it. Less than a second. Either kai bechatzera bala v'achakah basala hakanyala. 1 second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, in her, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is actually compared to the dramatic case of Esnan because she's acquiring the sheep of Bia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. The Shaki and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel alone. Right here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki is essentially a tour. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this, acquire the sheep initially, to acquire the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest payment. Fine. Rav Sheshes says like this. We'll say this in hell. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really not the essence of this. Watch this. So let's say again. Let's say Reuven employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Let's see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so I forget this. So he goes and he says to them, he says, I'm giving you, right? And essentially, this to purchase for yourself food and drink. Payments or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So I'll say, to do this, she doesn't have to be worried. 63. I was saying, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Am or Amei Haaretz, he has to be concerned. Maybe the Akum is going to go, right? Or maybe ultimately, again, the Amei Haaretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce inside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, Rashi, Meiser, right? it's actually the last one, the last of the long line. It's not Rashi. The ha'ilu wasafilu midi ela priti yair. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them anything private. Ruvain is money. And it's chavra, here this is for your joy. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now that's how the following is. Samach Yolave 63b, second line down. They are allowed, but if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu vani porea, su shtu vani porea. But if he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay all. Now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shlius mishum mishum yayin. Then we have a problem. We have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Ve'inotani porea. Havi ihu lokeach ha'isu machilo. The hashalo salat nafshi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Almost, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rav case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rav case of remember. Rav what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with $8 produce. Wolfman said, no problem because no transactional immediacy. So I said, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, kapara, kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, so even though again he's after the consumption already took place, immediacy, and he is going to be paying for these Shemitah produce, produce it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, so to hear about it, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, I Shemitah produce. Same thing. Which the Gemara says, so no, it's different. Ruvain, he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally sends credit to Ruvain. Even the Archilak ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Like really translated, literally the shopkeeper hires his money immediately for just a moment. It's actually right across the country, right to the left. Then he's the shopkeeper is going to get paid from Ruvain. He extends credit. Shekvar Hikirbo, Shemakum there is transactional immediacy. Ruvain is dealing with Ruvain is not just saying stamp one where you want and buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuven. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers or laborers, whatever they want, the items, and Reuven is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation, and these weren't people who owned business. Therefore, that case was fine because of lack of immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Reuven were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, pick up tab. But now he's not sending him to a shopkeeper to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set that price differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case where Reuven says, here's 100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuven to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuven, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pay for the limited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detailed difference, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the old or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not obligated to defend? The person says to his friend, take one of a clothing, right? Reuven goes, all right, I go with Reuven. Say, Reuven, do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's the halacha? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that Reuven and I have no relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that transactional immediacy seems to occur right then and there. You're right, at the end of the day, whether a shopkeeper extends credit, doesn't extend credit, doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even below Miyachid Shibude Lo Nissa. So what's the difference? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says Miyachid Shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's on the bottom. access side of money flows, right? Go out, go eat and drink up, pick up the tab. See to find the amount of money, right? Or no specific money have been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוס לכך, לאו חליק איננו ולא מצא. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, Ela hacha shish. So if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to be against that? We shouldn't shvius. The Gemara says, ha lo miyach, which is the hacha. So ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately concerned about Ela hacha. My shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha l'maisa, perhaps again, shmita produce versus halo miyach, which is the hacha lo miyach. Ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not create traction immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the Hidashi, Sheiktin Lo, Balabais Dinar Lechendini, them Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabais, roughly these were there. All so this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the Chendini, go to the shopkeeper, eat, drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. In other words, he has a tab already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like buying them with prohibited items. I know. On these, they come in, so the Gemara says as follows. So Afghanistan says as follows. So again, all of this is the same amount of transaction like that. That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Lisa the Shmaite Kamita. So kind of said, I said this over in front of the Rab Zivid of Nardo. And what happened? Ihachi Adit Prices shouldn't read that. Reuben says workers, go out and drink, and I will pay me to sound like you pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years where Reuben prepaid. Right? So he left money with the shop. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did it consume? To which the rest, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha says you're right. Change the license. Read the license. Should really read the following way. Halacha says Reuben says to his so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, "Chavra, go out and eat, go out and drink." In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, the way you must understand now, is that halacha l'maisa, so Reuben prepaid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. If you have concerned, let's be concerned, they have access now to prohibited food items. Then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor Tulsa for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Sechus levels for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Halin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drainer of Israel Drazen, Deaton, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley from Bracha. We got learning sponsors, Dave Wolf, donation of the art of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Marin, Nasa, this is from the Bach. Of course, always we dedicate our learning in the schools of our precious passages, and which welcome me after Shabbat home, the Shalom and the Karat and merit for the social network, give them success. The whole massive day. Mostly with that, and let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach 63, and we are coming up on Sanach base in the base 62 to be the day of Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says, the day of Yana, Yas Perishia is Manim, Parlo Bishnim. This is a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually said something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Sanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is people that also would borrow Shemitah from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. Ishtachach ta'achli Aniyim Shemitah achar abirach and so what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household will repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mention this practice of something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan. The Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why is it done? Interestingly enough, actually, the stars to a couple of Rashis. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the Abianites are acting. Rashi says the chiv that he shaita lo hadu hana be'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayl kedusha shvius alas. Remember again, we saw that already. When you get into potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity falls upon the previously forbidden item. So, for example, the concern over here is it's like one is transacting business, which means that even the 8th year produce could ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. there's not immediacy, or say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore the sanctity will not devolve upon year produce. This is very interesting. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnon Zona. Esnon Zona is the halacha is the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? He pays her money, or he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnon for a harlot and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. Umar says the corresponding piece passes on what's the case. This sounds this. It says, no let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, and he gives her payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. Doesn't make sense. Nasal, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Even the law of Allah, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. As the furthermore, the second case, but if you had relations with him, pay or anything, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, even though my estimate mutter, if he paid anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that the estimate is mutter? It makes any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Brad, this is what it means to say. Listen to this.
What's up, sluts? Today's day
gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep,
19.
and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the words going to say like this: when does it come in? When there's transitional
Chronicles or whatever you want to call it.
Relations. Right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's that's when it's an estimate.
Yeah.
If there is a lack of immediacy, then the payment
how that marble's gonna be a calm down woman drinking, I
what
think.
That means practically
Took the old
is that
round
it
bomb
can be
approach
used
to
maybe
increase
again,
my
let's say for some
dietary
type of
fiber.
sacrificial or temple use.
Keep
So
this
watch this.
bad
So
boy
it's
a
Nosama,
clean
the Acharkach
peak
Bala.
condition.
Now, what does it mean, the Acharkach Bala? Rashi says,
Demonstrating dynasty, girls. Anyway,
he doesn't have relations with her now.
some
Rather,
rabbits
again,
would be like,
sometime later. Now,
yeah, what do you
of
like?
course,
I'd be
how
like,
exactly do you go
chicks.
ahead and
But
translate
she'd be like, yeah, aside
immediacy
from that,
and all comments
I like
that
to live
you
stream
do
my
today
life.
and has relations
She'd be like, yeah,
with
duh.
hours
Okay, what else?
tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations.
I like most kind of music, but soul music. She'd be like, duh. Be like, all right,
for that matter, he has relations with
I like stand-up comedy. She'd be like, duh. Good. Well, I mean, I didn't first. I like Judaism. Shit, it's boring as fuck. I'd be like,
However,
yeah, and,
the
I like
Africa
athleticism.
Therefore,
That's
what we're saying is as follows: that essentially,
what are we learning today? No. We kind of got to open.
Once the transactional payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again about
syllabus.
Now again, remember, just keep track of
Discussion.
So remember,
Opportunities.
the house right? They will publish the produce from the farm and we pay it.
I'll tell a story first. So I did this thing. About 8 years ago, where I watched the Jewish movies of all time. I'm going to tell you this, the Jews have never seen movies. I don't know a single rabbi who has. It really has to be a major. And they had movies on it like The Pianist and The Chosen, which Chaim Pontons. It really is amazing to me. They have movies like
so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have
Schindler's
that
List
of a harlot's payment, and therefore it's not
and
for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks it. I understand.
Of course,
He bought out, but when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday.
I remember
So
being
why don't you
asked,
see that when he does have
what's your favorite song?
Obviously, I understand.
Choose just one, but I would later think about Hen's matchmaker. That would be my favorite matchmaker.
When he does have relations on Wednesday,
I like
then
it. If I were a rich
retroactively,
man,
the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the track, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esnans already as of Tuesday.
So one of the movies on
this list is very interesting.
was from 1914.
This is very interesting. What
Was
happened?
that the year?
Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Their relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest day.
So it's a partially lost movie. I don't know if it was it's from 1950. Okay, so Der Golem, German Der Golem, shown in the U.S. as Monster, the Monster Fate, is a partially lost 1915 German silent horror film, written and directed by Paul Wegener and Heinrich Galli. It is inspired by a Jewish folktale, the most prevalent version of the story involving 16th century Rabbi Judah Lo ben Bezalel, who created the golem to protect his people from anti-Semites. Wegener claimed the film is based on Gustav Mayring's 1915 novel The Golem. but as the movie has little to do with existing Jewish tradition story, or which it is more likely that the screenwriter simply drew from European folklore. The term golem was always interesting to me because isn't that the name of that fucking
learning Torah, but I'm doing
precious
this.
thing?
I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right.
Lord of
It
the
is
Rings
hypocritical. It is
and The
contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us
original knows
to speak in ourselves.
Yeah,
Even though the zona is a zona, the
and
sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol.
I had known the
It's a
term
pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows.
generally to kind of just be like a robot.
And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle.
What is up with this
In any
bullshit?
event, so the zona offered up the covenants about the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday.
So
The animals are
we're gonna learn about
She already
Gollum
offered it up.
today.
So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's hope it. What's the case? If he said to the zona,
Yeah.
gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours
Oh
as
well.
of today.
So I love this
Why
movie, and it was on this list.
Then
What's the list? Maybe we should do the list.
Right?
It's actually I think 50.
And obviously it's mutar, right? Because she has type to it. It can't be categorized as not on Tuesday because they didn't have
It's something like that.
So essentially he gave her a gift and she has
The
every right
50
to
greatest
offer it up.
Jewish movies.
However, if you eat the law,
From 1998 by Catherine Bernheimer, and I think she put together a very good list. This, the top 3 films in descending order were The Chosen, Third Round, and Schindler's List. She picked The Chosen to be number 1, and it was my favorite. I would say I liked it a lot.
If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire, it's
So
not
I
hers.
even bought it
It's not
for
hers. And if it's not
Rebecca
hers,
Kali
he
and
wants to
his
have
Rebecca
each other
wife.
as a part. After all, it says if a person will consecrate his home, this is
Very much
talking about evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate home. I'm not one of my base other shoes. So just like your home, so the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether for us, is something that you own.
Is
In other
that
words,
your
so
story?
if she doesn't own
No,
it,
so the
Tuesday,
goal
you
was
have to
on
shove
it.
it up as a part, unless it just you know, you could only be makdish something that is
Let's learn about Gollum.
in the realm of growth. After this process, only asks of us what will do. You know, sometimes we need to mistake of ourselves, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. We have people who properly aspire to do that. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know this person's football ability. The ownership only asks you to be makdish. That's what you should be owned. You only have to consecrate, or you only consecrate that which you own conscious and it doesn't belong. So often in life we have constructed only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do, doesn't have to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a realistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more. And then you alone can pursue personalistic holiness. Only be not wish that which belongs. And I think powerful only asks to accomplish things that are in our spiritual feelings. I'm not so the case. I think that he says to her, right, we're going to give to the zone of the keep us. And he says, okay, see the procedure. You was scheduled for the tomorrow. Right?
Stop.
Until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need to something comes up, you need to shoot better and meet it hard, but you need to know whatever it is, then say next shot, then give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, I think that's what I'm fine. So there was an action. What's the idea? Why we decided that it's part of the and we're doing this because you can remember with the Ragyana, this is the transaction. The idea that's happening here is that something can only be done with status when there's a level of transactional use. Now, we see that by the case, and ultimately we see it by the S1 zone about a product. That emerges get so variable, come up to show some. So let's say even gives rough or moving its zone on Tuesday. He is scheduled for on Tuesday. She's not. She concentrates. She didn't offer up as a card. But she's not. So what's the status now of the mom? Even Gamamara and Russell about this Russell handle, Kiman taxi busing them. Is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally present something to actually the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, you can say ultimately again, the act of going ahead and democracy is the equivalent of offering it. Although my question in other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the gone, again, it's gone. Makish ultimately again, it is slow here. We have the ability, what happens? Makish is, again, because I must say, here deciding, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. So it can't become an excellent zone now because it was no longer a Tuesday time of the deal. In this case over here, she's not Wednesday does, and ultimately so at the time of the deal, the object. So now the shaila is, does the object become its own? or not. So Gemara says, the Tiv Shamid Eliezer. You can listen to those. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer, right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer talk about the history of Boston. So remember again, Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the essence only. Right? Because she went ahead and she already by the time the occurred. Dafka hit the Boston. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer about hit the shut. So no. But from the religious statement here, that if she was not the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bria occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnamzona. Next thing Martha says, no, so that the logic is fake and required. Truth is, this Shaila is managed to show that the logic. So the Gemara says, my, Misha, she said that Rabbi Eliezer, that the Basha, but because the logic says the only time it does not is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, we should just not consecrate it. Still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which we myself, the animal is recategorized as an Esnamzona. So, we trust on the side. I mean, maybe obviously she offered up and of course it's not going to be categorized as an Esnamzona. But in case we just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're reading that sure. So interesting, we have both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson. We're not finished on zoning. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as a harvest payment, there must be transactional and use, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an estimated zone. Translated in animal for payment. Now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. She has right to animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bonus. If she's not distant, and so the animal is at the end of the deal, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Let's see, as her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. We say it's mutter, it means for extra. I don't understand this as far as that's the vice says that children have relationships. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so you don't pay all of the girls late. He pays her late, right? 3 years later, still called the harlots, and still the officer. And I'm not going to kiss the low pass. It wasn't that conscious of this important before outside of the 62 he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not a transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that the relations leading to 3 years ultimately this also fiscal cash contradiction. Had the Amr is valid need to tell us that. Had the Amr is valid need to tell us that. So let's say this is very ultimately again one so one case is another case where it says evolution and then truth versus evolution looking for a sheep. How was that? How come it's young as well? How the S1 in the so ultimately, again, Mercer identifies the sheep as if there's transactional immediacy. What he doesn't realize, he only loves the colors that my heart, I understand. So
Well,
now, again, he doesn't it has this
I create
position.
a lot of
Just identifying the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order to be hers, one has to.
I think I do.
Gemara says.
Right now.
Right? Remember, live animals require the sheep or require taking possession.
And
Which the Gemara said the zone I thought them the little tiny of the sheep.
I like them. I think that they could be very helpful to people. And if this ever goes viral, there will be. I'll be like the ultimate creator. No doubt. No doubt. These rabbis don't have shit on me. I created so many. How many different robots have I created? Different robots, but still automated could be considered robot-like. Have I ever created it? No, when I was a kid, I always wanted this robot, and I got one time. It was just like a little, maybe this big, and it had like needles on the feet, and it would just go around. Press buttons on it. But you know, the robot that I really had, the first robot I really recall, to which I had experience was this Mickey Mouse. Yeah, it was like 10 rubs that he rub skin. But you put a tape in the back and it's moved, and it would like basically come alive. And
he says to her,
robot that I really
relations, right? If I don't pay you money,
moving. This is
this sheep. So
really interesting. And then I'd see like animatronic. I guess it's stuff.
Non-payment. The Amrullah,
They have this thing called Dinosaurs Alive, which is really cool.
And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say, and
dinosaurs are really
you love, and if not, take this sheep ultimately with payment. Fine. Massive of Shesha. Supposed to some help.
So how do you relate to
all of this
Kabbalist? Like to get the column to move
let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers.
But I will, I think you see that the
Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews.
Even when somebody Austin
Jews. Idolaters are under Jews. Males
and Tesla or any of these
right?
places.
So what's the halacha? The eno
Because
okay. So actually, before you get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money
those are
to go and purchase for yourself food and drink.
Mine is just create.
Right,
And,
here's money.
well,
Go
my
and drink.
dollar
Go and so let's say
When
now.
was
The
automated.
eno
I mean, they don't move around, so it's
It
naked
doesn't have to be worried.
macros,
Some people have
but
been
they'll have much more of an effect, I think, than one single of those robots. Mine, I mean, it's like archiving my life here. It's creating a trillion different,
Gemara says that
a lot of different clips.
He's giving them money now because it's an
Did they ever get out of control? Yeah.
It's going to go by yes. Like,
Have you ever had yours get out of control? Nothing crazy, but yeah, it's caused like the creation of a bunch of different files. But I've always kept an eye on them. That's the thing with golems.
Because essentially he's
You want to ensure that they don't, that you keep an eye on them. But I find them to be very
not on him. Whatever they do.
And so for people to say like they're dumb,
Says over here,
non-thinking, or they don't.
do all of this.
Okay.
Right. If you look at the end,
But
if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum
I
Meiser,
think that they could
right?
become more.
Rashi,
I kind of
the heart, it's actually the last
Is that
one
the end of your fucking story?
of the long one. The heart, Ihu,
So let's read about this rabbi.
It's not the one giving them
I like
anything.
that.
We're just giving them money. It's
Bizarre.
covered up here.
Ben
This is for your
Bizarre.
food. This is for your drink. What they
We're
choose
related
to
to
do
that, so
essentially is not unlegal. It's not unlegal. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Confess how defining. Sabbath Yom, they 63 second. Amalak, said to them, Su be'ichlu. Vani Horea, Vani Horea. And he says, to the work, like God gives drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Which is actually in Vani Horea. How did you לוקח האיש שלו, והשלו עושה את נפשו מהאיש שלו, now it's like he's purchasing and providing these capabilities. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, that's on them. It's not. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic. Almost. It's not part of the make this so without going ahead and circling back to the Rav it's like we're going back now ultimately again to the Rav remember, Rav what did they do? They went ahead and they followed the program and they get paid before we work on set, no problem, no transactional needs. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last? How much the kapara, the Mr. Kapara, so what do you see here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, even though again he's paying for the consumption already took place. Halacha lines this transactional needs, and he is considered to be for at least the talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally spends credit to even the ugly last day, finally do it ultimately because shopkeeper makes credit ruling, ultimately did this transaction. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires money immediately. Finally, that is actually very possible. And then some shopkeeper knows that he's going to get regularly spent credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמובן שיש מועדים לכן still חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. This transaction really is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Hebra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit moving. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. That says over here, no stop coming to me. Therefore, specifically almost like a right? The shopkeeper is going to give. And we're going to go to immediately pay for that. Don't have how you think about how to do that. Even the other family, that's coming out of people. But again, that doesn't apply. So again, that's wasn't therefore, this is fine because of
Seder and Nivda, order and transcendence. Any realm has a natural order and nature, but may also contain exemptions which are entirely unlike the realm of nature.
But now he's not saying to shop.
Goof, nefesh, sachar, body, life force, intellect,
then it should be okay.
different levels of a single overall reality. Goof, the material, is bounded in dimension and in effort, for nefesh is unbounded, and both acts and is acted upon. So is unbounded and only to be acted upon. Hail, nifal, acted upon, describe the relationship between different levels of reality. Note, the Arvo, Tarkovo, bases, mixtures, combination. When different elements of reality are combined, they may remain as separate bases or else form a relationship, a mixture, or else generate an entirely new entity. Combinations.
Only with the shopkeeper
who do
because
multiplicity unity.
And it says if again the company already has the money to the items. How about but shopkeeper who does not accept Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be part. Better for the price to go ahead and payment pieces that are the same from one detail different. And to highlight each of the applications, which was the old company shitting my people knew the was that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend the size, is the purchaser not still obligated? Homer the Canelo. The person says to his friend, Ping Manavaponi on the Fosse Rock. What happens? Right, Ruvain goes, alright, I go with you. Say, Ruvain, do me a favor, lend right money to Simmons, give money to Simmons, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that one? Well, funny is, it's ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a gap. The amount of civil says, what is he doing? Again, let's even assume that I have no previous relationship. What is he doing? When you ask someone to answer someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee with encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to much more right than a merit. Losh don't like people, the losh. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive negative. You must losh Hashem. The Shabbat life, even the low Miyaki Gude, low this. So what's the difference? I don't look at Rashi. Rashi is even though Miyaki should be dated, Rashi third wide run Rashi about it. So when Michael Miyat most left, since Ruben did not go ahead, actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, pick up. Since no defined amount or no specific money has been set aside, that lacks transaction use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. It should be much. So most the tax, love Khalifa Ninu, and low Mitzah. I'm sorry. It says, Allah, on my so that is ultimately again. So what do you mean? That you should you must all know that is ultimately again says the Gemara ultimately again what do you have to be concerned about? Allah also my quotation. Yes. What do you have to be concerned about on the earth? I saw that perhaps again at least although Miyaki should be there. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular money is having the money. Okay, so this change. Shaking low. Highest, you know the thing. Then Shishala at slow. The hashtag the bias of the sort of okay. So this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately again, Christ says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shop, eat, whatever you want, it's on you. The cases were already Ruben gave the money to the shop. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for.
during the
Oh,
mission
so
on
now
track
that
to
makes
Evo.
sense.
There were
Because now it's
sermons
peaceful
Prague,
and ultimately, again,
1599 and
they
1593
take
collected.
things.
Edition of
It's
Heim
literally like
Ardes
he's
of
supplying them with
1996.
limited items.
TiVo,
I
Olam,
know.
Pathway to the
I'm being
World,
so
Prague,
right? They maybe
1595,
not to limit out.
1596, Work
So
in Ethics, Work of Ethics,
so
okay,
so
Cola,
it's not concept.
Well,
So again,
Prague,
all of
1598, an
this is more
explanatory
or less
work
the
of the
same
Muda and
transaction.
Madran
Like
Shikagata,
that,
mainly responding to interpretation by the Italian scholar Azariah del De Rossi, Azariah Sach Yisrael, the eternity of Israel, 1599, Sach eternity was the same root as the word for victory on Shba'ab, an annual day of mourning about the destruction of the temple and the Jewish exile and the final deliverance. Tiferet Yisrael, the flight of Israel, Venice 1599, philosophical expedition on the Torah, intended for the holiday of Shavuot, or Chadash, a new life, Prague 1600, Ner Mitzvah, candle of the commandment, Prague 1600, Kiddushei, Hakadah, Novella, Agada, the narrative version discovered in the 20th century. Different Nikitan words of reactors, a commentary on the Seder Pesach, published by a descendant, Kiddushin Chashash, commentary on the Talmud, recently published for the first time from the manuscript of Machan, Yerushalayim, and Bab Metzia, Shabbos, and Arabic, others in forthcoming graves, other works, such as works of the Jewish Shabbat and holidays of Skull, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Malchus.
Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now it says that have to be concerned if you have access now to the if using is going ahead and so I will but the way that prices should be is food workers sold their food, go out and drink. And then I will sell that's a what's up? Stop for today. Oh yeah.
Okay, that was cool. Let's learn about Smith.
Is the traditional term for rabbinic ordination. The original Semitic was the formal transit authority from Moses through the generations. Semitic ceased between 306 and 425 CE. Since then, Semitic has continued less formally throughout Jewish history. The established classical Semitic.
Here to thank our annual conference Talk About Israel.
Semitic
Dedicated all the sharing Russia's it's close to the Israel. I'm co-sponsors for the Habal English. It's all about speaking when the Drazen honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Eileen Rosenweis, and Stanley Rosenweis from the Rock. And the many sponsors, Dr. Eddie Big Wolf, the yard side contract, Father Cyrus Wolf from then and Newton and that family of the father then as a cover borrowed Mordecai from the always to dedicate our names to interest give them success. Today's dash is standard on facing base 62B, the Dabiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines off. Versus as follows. Today, Dabiana. Yes, she is not new. It's probably the she is. Very interesting piece over there. We named the household of Dabiana as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from port and then repay them with 8-year produce on the following year. So if you look at that sheet, it actually says that it's already here. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce readily available for everyone. So if you want it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyah during the Shemitah year. That's part of the Shemitah. The often Aniyah Shemitah after a year, come keep it Shemitah. So what's happening again, on year number 8, I'm going to use people of Rabbi so we repay the again with this new produce, also I'm really so they came and they said so people
So the majority are recipient of SNP that demonstrate sufficient education and preparation to be able to make correct decisions on what as it pertains to daily life, focusing on kashrut, referred to as Iber and Nida, both on Shulchan Aruch, and principle or forbidden activities on Shabbat and Yom Tov. The holder of this mikvah as above is referred to as a ma'ah, and ordination itself is called Hedek. Yadim Yadi, Ashkenazi pronunciation Yodin Yodin. The recipient of Shmikha demonstrates sufficient education and proper judgment to be able to render all decisions on matters of religious law as it pertains to money and property disputes. The basis here is Choshen Mishpat section and will usually include parts of even Heiser, the laws of Gittin, and Smicha is usually required for a rabbi to act as a diet rabbinic judge.
There's no immediate
This Smicha is usually required to diet rabbinic judge, and typically is granted only to those already holding your even one can have been granted. Adding that and then the judge here yeah, the recipient of the Smicha demonstrated sufficient education
therefore again Allah myself and therefore again
this first one handle that right developed this degree required extensive secret offering
and
so there's yours and Yadi Yadi. And yes, you're very
and cannot be used for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Imar says the corresponding keeps passing on. This sign of this. Yes. Nothing Rachel above. Reuben goes to Rachel. Like Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, he gives her payment. Like, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or I'm gonna have or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's halacha? As none of mutter. It's payment. Ultimately, is mutter sacrificial. Nothing above. If you gave her, let's say you have land, you gave her a sheep, and you didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her. But why sheep is giving it a ball, I'm not going to other people. So you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, sorry, assume for the second case, if you had relations, they didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Rice? So that makes sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Brad, this is what it means. What when you take this piece outside? In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If practically, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for outcome. No, so if you get the sheep, the Achakach ball, he says, Achakach, Ella, the Achazman. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly become this sense? The occasion today for 3 hours. Again, as opposed to relations. It's not a Bala. What does that matter? And then you actually serve as none of in both of these cases, ultimately again. However, Nasalah, the Achakach, so therefore, what is this follows? That in order for something to be categorized in personal zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment, then the receipt to payment has this ultimately again of a husband. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on everywhere. So remember, the household overnight, they would borrow sheep from the floor and pay it to the again with ATM produce. People came to the home and see it, sheep and produce. So that was fun. Why? Same idea. There's no immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, you that your product has an exchange, right? With ultimately again several weeks, sheep and produce. And for the ATM produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little discussed on this. And also on the Achakach Bala, so again, let's go through. Let's goes ahead and he pays her. Reuben gives up. He gives her just using the sheep because the easiest example of right? She pays her, and then let's say gives your sheep on Tuesday, and then Wednesday he has so again, based on what we told before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest student, and therefore is not prohibited for security conditions. That acts transaction immediacy. You must understand. He bought on Tuesday. That's written on Wednesday. So while he does have relations with her top of some lechol Allah is certain prayer. I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as so when he does relations with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designation payment should devolve upon the and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an external already as of. The laws there, but that's very interesting. You know what? She should come up in his vasa. This is interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday, but when they have relations on Wednesday, actually she offered it up as a carbon. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a mistake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbon. Let's say, it's important to make this point. Those important things that we all do. You know, I'm excited. There are things in my life that I do very well, only when there are things that I do well. the things that I don't do well or do poorly or do at all are Hashem. Don't take away from the things you know that I'm righteous. You just can't. It's not all you could be righteous and morally bankrupt in that area. Now, obviously, that's not the goal of my life. For most of us are not there, but sometimes we feel hopeless. Sometimes we feel like fear. I'm learning Torah of this. I'm getting stuck up, but I'm doing this. That's not better. But welcome to nature. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Trust me, and even though the zone, she also did, you know what? I guarantee you, it's appeasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, most our inner conscience and struggles more than and we still have to conscience. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but the relations occurred, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? If he said to the Zola, gives her the as of today, right? Acquired this, right? Then she did the Sharila. Let's the Shas. So then obviously it's more different. She has title to it. It can't be categorized as a smell and Tuesday because they have relations, right? So she gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. Actually, it's enough in the contract. But if he can give her permission to apply this again, right? If he was not listening and said, he can say to her, this is normal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say because it's from Tuesday? And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, 18 months in the product, after all, which is based on published on that month, if a person will consecrate a nation, like when go and consecrate his home, I'm not mortgage yourself. Just like your home, you have your own need to consecrate, whether it's for us, is something that you, so if she doesn't today, then have to shut it up as part of it. And then it's even more something that is yours, which means in the realm of in the realm asks of us what to do. Sometimes we need that measuring ourselves against. It's good to have role models. We have people who aspire to do that and compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we feel off. But who says you can measure up to someone else? The Rebbeinu Shalom asks you to match that which you can consecrate, that which you own, that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget that Hashem only expects people to do. He doesn't expect what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. He doesn't expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more than often more honest. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personal holiness. Do not fish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. But what's the case? She's very easy. He says to her, right, to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. Okay, keep the sheep with you for me tomorrow. Right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of life. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So everyone's an essence on it. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides how there's no really things. We're doing this, remember, this all happened with the Rabiana, with this key the transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be tested with its status when there's a level of transactional need. So now we see that by the sheet case, and ultimately we see it by the S-node zone by the harlot case. Everywhere just gets over into the place. So by the way, how not big Nisha so much. So let's say Eden gives Rachel a room in Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. They're scheduled for when on Tuesday she goes in and she's massive. She didn't offer that to her, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal money? Even the Amar and the rest of the Zavok is Lasson. The man that is so do we say that essentially making something effective is the equivalent of literally the Gemara says that verbally something to have fish is the equivalent of this. So therefore, do we say of going ahead and doing makdishing verbally equivalent of offering it out? In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the is going, again, it's going. The makdish ultimately it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the what happens if she was makdishing? Let's say here the shaila is if she offered it up on Tuesday, it occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. It was no longer in existence at the time it occurred. In this case of the makdishing, when dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So the shaila is because the object has done something. Mas se você chama de verdade, não sabe se vai ser se você vai se capitalizar no chapter of that. Right? Mas the buzzer, você cut bem nossa. So remember again, you also understood the case of the Espanzola, right? She offered it up already. That's but if you bust it. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer about it. You shut so low, but from the Veloz is here, that if she the animal was existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps over. Must no, the Veloz is fake and the truth is this Shaila is better than the Veloz himself. So the Gemara says, no, Mishak so low, that he said the Veloz says the time doesn't even ask them. Animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, we're just makdish. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the categorizes it as Espanzola. Dilma, if you lost of Shitale, if you shut some stuff, or maybe maybe obviously they're not going to only of course it's not going to be categorized as Espanzola, but if they consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says in the Echad, what comes out in this case of either first of all, so it's Espanzola. We understand that in order for something categorized as an Espanzola, the heart must be transactional. It means payment, Bia. If that order is not either payment and Bia, or Bia and then ultimately again it is not considered to be a positive animal for payments. Now, the Bia doesn't occur until as soon as she has rights or she goes ahead and she offers. If she's not efficient, she's consequent. So the animal in existence at the time of the Bia today, what's the status of that animal? Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to say the second is then afterwards the case her again the payment is going to say it's not the means used for consultation purposes or you need more cash out. Understand this? You might say even Ashalo Shonen as us. The Rebbe says if anything has relation and then he pays her even 3 years late, all of the girls late. And he pays her late, right? For 3 years, it's still called the harvest. It's still the usher. And then you stop on left his dog, look hash. So most of that comes from the rights that we quoted about as on the days he said that if there's an end payment, that's not an estimate that's what you use. Ultimately the hash. They tell us that how the unknown body identifies the sheep. Versions with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that when he doesn't go ahead and my heart, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't care for 3 years. What that actually means. Just because he identified the sheep. So I'm going to tell us that my heart in the puzzle will require the sheep. So require the people will come in the sheep. Only the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need to shut the sheep standing in the process. In which case, again, Salah, what was that? I understand. Again, then he did it. 30 years plus, sure. You must know she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the Kalsifa, the shot in the hand. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to point. He approaches the essentials of the job. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the combat don't go into the boat. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's sheep ultimately again as the harvest fine. Let's say again, let's say even employees, donkey drivers and workers. And he says to them, the angel of course says to them, I'm paying you, right? Either that's your payment or something. He's getting to here, right? Here's money. Go, and we should be as money should my money should be. Now listen, here's he's giving them he's going to give you options to go by this, right? Or what does he have to just with this? He's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Rashi says over here, the heart, it's actually the last one. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no, Su Be'iflu, Horea, Su Shibani Horea, as he says, Shish Mishum Shvius Mishum Mais Mishum Yanis. Then who Lokea Ha'ismu Machilo, the Hashkalo Solid for his work. See the difference? Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. And again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing, so you see from this, that halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to say, when now, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheets of produce. See from this last piece over here. Amo, Kipatara, the Mr. Cup is paying after the consumption already took place. Sheet of produce, sharing produce, it's problematic. Therefore, again, isn't that ultimately sheet of produce? Same thing. In the Ruben case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, normally extends credit to Ruben. The Haven, the Archie, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. I mean, currently, is actually right across the country, right to the left. Hilcha Khalifi immediacy. Ruben is built, in other words, not just saying stamp one where you want and buy food, buy food, transfer credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt, Rashi says over here, Hilcha Khalifi, therefore, specifically want to immediately pay for that.
With this lecture 130 lunch time study 737 p.m. dinner, study choice. 9:25 p.m. Musar Seder Jewish ethics.
Send out his work, same case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. Mutter, and it should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. If that's the case, instead of making the first case of a case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and learn. When is this ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenzani, I'm not people. For Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Then you get the shopkeeper who expects to Ruben. Because transactional immediacy, as if again the Chenzani already the money that's prohibited items. How about but shopkeeper who does not extend. Better for the price ahead and highlight that I was saying about one people cases. This was not company should in my people more actually, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Home of the Chavero. The person says to his friend, from the first luck. What happens? So like you may give them money to shilling, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? The hard person says, what do you see here? That's even assuming that we
Shiva Katana, Junior Shiva Ora. Many already man Hasidic and Hasidic Shiva Katana in the kind of Judaic Torah studies full-time Yeshiva High School, also kind
whether
of
the
Israeli
shopkeeper
Yeshiva
extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive
the dual curriculum was pioneered by the Manhattan Levy in 1916. Was a study 37 Mechina for Israeli year before entering Army Intel
because it does ultimately again it should be much
curriculums and affiliations to Yeshiva Hester.
Says the
Arrangement with the idea of
that perhaps again
same unit in the Army over a period of about 5 years. There was the time will be spent in compulsory study in the first was Yeshiva Karen Ben Yav, over 800 students. Kollel, Yeshiva Farm, then the Kollel has a law that a town can only be called a city which supports similarly a modern innovation
so
of
there's no
19th century
extension. Again, they take it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. Well, so again, all of this is all on this same ground. So I said this over, we start to love seeds. So if that's the case, the prices shouldn't be that. We can sound like he has a hey, rather what should it say? Sweeten the influence with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're sitting out a case of years where we today. So you're right, signing the contract. Ultimately, again, the halacha lines is you're right, change the number one is that Ruben gives his workers $100. So discover go out and eat, but in the way the money is sending it now is that halacha myself, Ruben men, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the $100, the rate of the Gemara is here looks like everyone in for this morning church event. Our anchoring all the Shulman Drushos this year. As a host for the soul, Eileen Rose's wife and Stanley Rose's wife, Zichron Bracha. We got learned that Hannah memory of their father, Russell, Zichron Bracha. Of course, always to dedicate our success to call on Mercy. Also, that we are talking about on south facing base 62B. They got Yanai. Yashi is Manny, the part of the Shias. Very interesting from the court. And then repay them with 8-year produce. The Hogan's Manabios. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah techniques, while it's still readily available in the field, so the idea of it is, so it was from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. That's what and part of the Shemitah. And then happening again, Rabbi Yanai also repay the Aniyim piece. So they came and they said, so people mentioned, said, yeah, we seen often, it's perfect, it's perfectly fine. Why did Rashi, we all seen every stars. Someone said, the members of the Yanaites are acting totally fine. Rashi says,
seeks to identify the principles underlying each commentator as binaries being shift from object principle through each sugya in light of the various Rishonim between these such that
there's no immediate reciprocity.
every particular contributes to the arising from the tractate, sometimes emphasizing the simultaneous requirement
That's the
as the
idea.
last most many yeshiva, the kata literate according to the law, where learning focuses how the opinions of Rishonim and Hachronim relate to prayer. Again, it's Sephardic yeshiva analyzes the sugya and each Rishon undertaken even for topics limited application and then solar. The second often applied when the sugya focuses regarding practical thought, not
if he
the
gave
meaning
her,
of
let's say
each
he gave her a
commentary,
land,
somewhat
and he didn't have a
limiting,
relation, then of course it's
somewhat
forbidden
limiting
for a she
theoretical
to
and
keep the law
abstract.
allowed.
Some yeshiva, such as Birkat
So if you
Moshe,
didn't have relations with her, then
particularly
ultimately the Gemara says,
Brisker yeshiva invariably reference for the treatment of the Rishonim.
ultimately they vary. What's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that if he gave her, let's say he gave her the shit in excellence on the father's payment, when there's transactional immediately, that's when it's an excellent. If there is a lack of transaction, can be used ultimately for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. Now, what is going to be Rashi says, I think there's some level of common sense. He gave her today and has relations with her in 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to this ultimately again, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as payment relations, then the land you seek the night, they would borrow some of the produce from the store and we pay it ultimately in transaction business with. Same idea is notional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't care for the 8-year
Saddam has to write just the authorship
now the Gemara
and
question ahead in
disseminated
case.
Chovo
Ravano, let's say eat your sheep on Tuesday.
Mal
And then
Olo
on
Rabban Aharon
instead,
Miktav meaning Eliyahu, that was by Eliezer Papa, Kav Hadash,
of the sheep as a harvest, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esman Zona already. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Zona, I would say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a so it's important to understand we all live in consistencies and we all respect one another. And there are things in my life that I do very well and that I do well and that I'm righteous. Jewish faith is not at all. It's to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Stuck up, but I'm doing this. Or I'm messed up, but I'm doing this. You're right. Such a good nature of life. It was important for us not to do. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reactive. Just trying to look at things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of freedom. Okay, let's unpack this. Okay. I mean, what's the case? The Amrullah to me make the action. I'm on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, he was not explicit and said if he didn't as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. He doesn't tell her to acquire it. The third is he must be a has the trust of his product after all. This is talking about an error valuation. Ask all the issues. So to the only
Sanhedrin, the Grand Central Court on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, these courts could pass the death verdict. These exist either 120 or 230 people
lot
They
of
do have a
times
court of
you
smallest
measure up
court
to
of
someone else,
3
you don't know
responding
this person's
villages
profiles are
with a
correctly.
population of past binding verdicts
You
and
only have
only
to
dealt with
consecrate,
voluntary
or you
members.
only can expect of us what we're asked to do. What expecting selective me is to take a post that I possess, be honest about what I possess, because we possess which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks on our spiritual acts. Incredible. El Damar, so what's the case? Is it okay? Steve can speak with you. We're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And please call me Aksha. Then I give you the right to acquire against me. So it's interesting. I with Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction, the idea that's being put in use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately, so let's say,
Extra examination of
gives
Shabbat.
She's
Someone is
not,
a
she
Jew according to
consecrates now. She
Halacha.
didn't offer it up as a covenant.
The
But she's
authority
not. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent? So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of God, in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being efficient again, because the must say, you heard the shiner is in the case of she no longer in
cases
existence,
or advise the presiding
in this case
saying the
here.
salaried rabbi of
So
a
now
local
the
Jewish
shiner
community
is
served as
does
a
the
hot
object
button.
become an estimate?
Rosh is
Like the
equivalent to a Chief Justice. He will be the senior member that sits and adjudicates cases. Rabbinic judge may direct.
Statement that would appear
Are you done?
if she was makdishit, but I don't know. The Rabbi Elazar would fake to me quietly. The truth is himself. So the Gemara says, "Mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakri basal."
Let's look at
Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it's not is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia, the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, it rises as an eslan zona. Well, if the basal pshita lay, the kishas from the south. In the case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, important lesson number one: we're not finished with eslan zona. Means payment bia. If that order is not followed either, he deposited an animal with return so later on, assumes rights in that animal. Therefore, if she's animal is still in existence the next day, what's the status of that animal? Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. I don't understand this. After even all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years that he quoted the podcast, I was paid in the day 62. He said that ultimately it is still us. I'm not going to stop. I'm not this fellow. It's violating the Palestine. So let's say this is very unique for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep. Versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't, because to identify the sheep doesn't make it hers. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep. The beginning of the sheep was only been by Jews. So the numbers on these layers, no, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. We'll keep going. Less in a second. Either kind of Hashira, the African ultimately again, denigrated, only denigrated. It's already in her thoughts, it's already questions, and because she's acquiring sheep even before the Piyah, if the sheep. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rachel and says, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I shouldn't acquire the sheep in the event that there is non-pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. If you're not, and it's not, supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really, again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers, these workers are non-Jew, or they're Amiyahites, which is unreligious. Idolaters are unreligious. They don't see that as important. Right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Hoshish says to them, I'm giving, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase, drink, go and eat. So listen, now the Enoch Hoshish, listen, I heard this interesting about this. So he's giving them, he's going to be the opportunity, right? Or maybe ultimately again, he doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Whatever they do, they do. Rashi said, okay, Rashi disclosed through all. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Loni Shum, the last of the long one, not Rashi. The Sati Lumi, the Elohim is not the one giving them anything, right? Who is giving them both? And it's Kabbalah, here, this is free to get afterwards. Essentially, it's not unreal. Okay, now what? Contrast how they call it again. In Amalak, he says, for Earth,
let's see if we get some.
all. Now these
Remember hating golf.
any of a copy. Now, mine is that we don't know Korea. The hospital saw it naturally because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like if Ruben just says here dollars free food and drink. whatever they buy,
Please
please
don't
go drink coffee up
and
the tab.
the Rebbe and past would somehow agree with sex robots.
And circling back to the Raviana case.
I'll interpret your phrasing charitably and translate into classic figures. You tolerate sex robots emotionally. This is not the core move, separate from prohibition. The theologic move is this: there's no adultery requires another human, no incest requires another human, no perversion a nefesh, so medical options simply don't attach. Rambam channeling desire to preserve reason. Rambam's worldview, sexual from Hilchot Deo Yisodi Torah. The goal is mastering, not annihilation of irrationally, and it may be a lesser indulgence that protects the intellectual ethical accommodation, much like he permits medicine derived from, but still within bounds. Rambam famously warns about being a degenerate use of people. A robot is not exploited, is not sexually harmed, so is likely positioned spiritually. This yields just but permitted, not prohibited. Rashi, textual literalism, her robot is neither it. If the Torah does not name it, we do not invent a prohibition as misguided holiness, but still redemption. Rav Kook believed humanity is evolving, technology often perceived there. Like he might say, sex robots redemption of exile, not redemption. Also a step away from violence, domination. Acknowledge this is not holiness, but may reduce cruelty. While that's a tremendous of stats. Not a self. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs emphasized covenant responsibility, human dignity, sex, compatible argument. Sex robots are ethically inferior people. Coercion or commodification of the classic sex, choosing the least dehumanizing option of these stages could converge towards sexual ethics exist where no human is harmed, of course, but graded prohibition is harder to establish, though possibly permitted, possibly harm reducing, sleep in this narrow sense, in non-human that prevents greater violations of Torah ethics while remaining spiritual. Okay, but how do we get this around the wasting of sperm?
Do me a favor.
I'll answer clearly, non-graphically and halachically, not with the real sex, but a very specific prohibition with defined first. Clarify what the prohibition later posting the prohibition is. It is responsibility treated as self-contained to any emission outside marriage. It is not purely physical intent, no, but real room to reason. The only three serious halachic pathways there are exactly how labeled them clearly. Telos for framing, Rambam style minority, but real attachment from any human ordering purpose. Some poskim, especially to stabilize the harm, reducing framework, and not as isolated indulgent, preventing psychological breakdown. This does not make it permitted in the strong sense. This is the case, not blanket permission. Non-intentional outward distinction between intentional omission as a goal versus omission as a secondary consequence, especially when the primary aspect, some later thinkers as companionship or common, and omission focus. Does this produce severity? The argument is Fred. This is the most conservative and most accepted approach to probe. They are a temporal. Rav Kook containment can prevent cruelty, but redemption, what you cannot do, important. No serious Torah system allows. It's fine because of this. Any honest approach must acknowledge the prohibition, the cleanest, honest formulation. If someone wanted to articulate the strongest definition of prohibition, however, in extreme cases where failure to provide a greater violations, adultery, coercion, or psychological collapse, some authorities may use certain technological substitutions as a tragic mitigation rather than an endorsement. While insisting this is not an ideal, not a norm, and not spiritually redundant. That's it. No magical loopholes, no erasure. Bottom line, there is no fully clean workaround. There are only mitigations, and the claim of full permissibility is intellectually dishonest. Any claim of absolute silence ignores real halachic nuance. All right, Rabbi. So what are your thoughts? Well, it depends on how hot the robot is. That's important. Is it? No. Would you be for it? It's not ideal.
Is that halacha l'maisa Reuben prepaid the chimum. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my work is going to come in. Let them buy.
What about
let them drink.
A woman who uses toys or a couple that uses toys to enhance the sensation?
If they have access now to food items, because then it's as if Ruben is going ahead.
This is a much
and
easier case
supplying
logically,
the
and it's important to be
The way
precise
that
because
rice
people
is
often
is Ruben
conflate
says to his workers,
categories
"So
that the sources themselves keep distinct. I'll break it into two separate questions because the answers are different. A woman using toys on the key lock effect, the classical prohibition of Wotsia Zera Levada applies only to male seed. There is no parallel Torah level prohibition for a woman regarding orgasm or stimulation. That is not a modern claim. It is explicit in Rambam, Tosafos, Shulchan Aruch, and later posting. What is discussed for women? The concerns raised are zneo, modesty, nadat, chassidut, pious restraint, psychological or spiritual habits, but not a formal isser equivalent to wasting seed. Bottom line for women no biblical prohibition, no rabbinic prohibition comparable to wasting seed. Some Musar-based disagreement in certain traditions. Many contemporary Orthodox posting are explicitly lenient, especially where it reduces anxiety. It prevents worse outcomes. It supports medical well-being later. So halachically far less severe and often permitted outright. Are you good for it? Oh, baby, I'm probably not. Got the best baby in the world. Oh, fuck.
And Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben
Mama,
Adler,
well, my eyes are
Father,
hot.
Mordechai, Ben Yair, blessings from God, of course, always. We dedicate the learning of the specific precious hostages, make the
Alright.
from the Shalom, the Shalom and the Karaf and the miracle of these always make
That's fucking battery. I've ever
success.
seen. The marital couple using toys together. This is even clearer. The governing principle within marriage. Sexual activity. Governed by mutual consent. Kavod, real human dignity. Human dignity, consent, and reciprocity. Consent and reciprocity. The Talmud already allows varied positions, varied forms of stimulation, non-appropriative acts within intimacy. The quick one, as long as the husband does not intend to cause emission outside the way.
Members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They
The
would
act
borrow
remains
sheets of
part of marital
produce from
intimacy. The
the
toy is a necessity,
and
not
then
a replacement.
repay them
Then
with
the
8
overwhelmingly
produce,
majority of
non-sheet
posting say
produce
this
of the
is
following year.
permitted.
So
Many
if you could
explicitly
actually
state
access
tools
this,
to
very
enhance
interesting.
closeness are allowed.
Yasi
Female
Perish
pleasure is
called
not
this
secondary.
Father,
Suspicious mutual joy strengthens
again, without getting into all the
strengthens
Shemitah
shalom
technicalities,
bayit.
but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available.
This is discussed openly in modern halachic response about challah.
So the idea of
Chatan education quietly but clearly. Important distinction. This is the crux. Here's the clean halakhic hierarchy. Married couple puts toys used together by the permitted, often encouraged when housed together. Woman alone plus toys. Generally permitted, some spiritual caution, not prohibition. Men alone plus stimulation, then omission. Severe prohibition. Only mitigated in extreme cases, never normalized. This is not ideology. It's how the sources actually line up. Why this matters for your earlier question. This is why many rabbis will say sometimes indirectly sex toys are not inherently problematic. Technology is not the issue. Male emission detached from covenantal context is the issue. That's also why arguments about robots get stuck only on the male side, not the female side or the marital side. Rabbi, like mechanical ball at your local coyote ugly. Straightforward summary, the woman uses toys a lot for, with some communities expressing personal or spiritual preferences. A married couple uses using toys clearly allowed when it enhances intimacy and respect. No comparable concern to wasting seed exists in either of these cases.
So, for example,
so is that the end of your fucking story? So are you okay? So are you okay with toys for women? Absolutely. For men, in extreme cases.
But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Or let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during
what about
the
for women in particular? Absolutely. Can a woman use a sexual robot? Absolutely.
Like you're
Really?
doing commerce with
Yes, as long as it
and therefore
has
no
all the other
Shemitah
stuff.
prohibition devolves upon
In extreme circumstances.
That's the ideal here.
No,
Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity
you have
will not
sex with a
devolve
golem?
on the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Eslan and Mutar.
You should probably also read the thing on the
would
golem.
come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, but even he gives her an object, that object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says the corresponding keeps passing on. What's the case? The Sanya listen to this.
So this is
Raisa
last
says,
thing.
Nosal Mabala Bala.
Dog, I
Let's
looked
say
at this. I
Ruben
was
goes
like,
to
I'm gonna
Rachel.
fucking
Rachel's his own.
spend
Right? Ruben goes to
20 minutes
Rachel,
on this shit.
and
I'm
ultimately,
done.
again,
Here
he gives her
we are.
this, and he gives her a payment.
Deep in the
Right?
murky
But he doesn't have
waters.
relations with her. Or, or he has relations
Would
with
you
her, doesn't
accept
pay
with
her
the
anything. What's the
sexual
halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use.
Oh, maybe the one that I saw.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why?
Right,
She
from
didn't even
1920.
he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a
Hold
gift.
on.
If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything.
It could have
Ultimately,
been.
he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halal
Or maybe, I don't know.
is mutter?
I
It
forget.
doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. If he gave her,
It
let's
might
say,
be
he gave her the sheep,
1920.
and then only
But
afterwards,
1920.
in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Typically, what you're going to say is like this. When does something become an estimate, on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional
Maybe not.
immediacy, then the payment
No, I
does
think I
not
saw this
take
one.
on the status of estimate. So what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Elikama? No Sama, if you gave her the sheep, the Achar Kach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achar Kach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achar Zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and transfer immediacy? I think there's some little comments that she agrees with today and has relations with her in 3 hours.
Maybe I saw that 1921.
Again, as opposed to payments, relations. By Achar Kasala, as the other or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then you actively space her, Esnana Mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be Mutter. However, Nasala, the Achar Kach, fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnan Soma, there has to be transactional immediacy.
Is it a good movie?
Once it's
I thought it was pretty good for being that early.
Relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again.
Did you like it?
Now, again,
I mean, dude, it's this German silent film. I like it as much as any other German silent film I've ever
they would
seen.
borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and we pay it ultimately again the case of produce. People seem to be offering because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange, this practice or transacting business with Shemitah produce. But they're not going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate is. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, but we don't use he gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of right? He pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has her.
List the last one. This
So again,
shit's so
based on what
cool.
we just learned before, that
Like,
sheep
how could you
does
lose
not
a
have
fucking
the
film?
status
But I
of
get it.
a
I totally
and therefore
get
it's
it.
not forbidden for
Shit's
us
easy to do.
right? Because it lacks
But
transactional.
how could you lose
You must understand.
your uploads?
He
Shit happens,
but when he
baby.
does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is to extend them obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate and have relations with her, and there's no need. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rebbe Lazar says, this is very interesting. Now, what's the case? We should talk about the Higby Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. So you were saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, they're to actively the sheep should be categorized for harvesting. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a thing. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Yes, that's important that you mention this many times in the past. That's important that we come up with different consistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm exactly, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. So it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are the reach mitzvah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, more than a and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. But the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? The umbrella communicating the action. If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? The quiet is as of today. Right? Then, halacha and she did the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shasvira umatara ba'amadu. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And for sure, has every right to offer it up. However, the little Amalek in the action is not in the carnival. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of today, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it her, he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer that as a product? After all, Yakish is based on published on that one. So it says the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the Erev, valuation. Right, so go ahead and consecrate his home. Just like your home, you own it. Ask for your shoes. So to be owned, you need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that puts you up at the car. Let's start rich. And then the Muslim has to go. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, the powerful only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who actually inspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he said that you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual things that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than what you're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father will only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual lives. Incredible. El Damros was the case. El Damrala, the Habikabe Achasbia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the Zola the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come Aksha." Then I give you the right to acquire against me. So it's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, "So there was that's the zone." Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabiana with this Shita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be invested in prohibited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shita case, and ultimately we see it by Esnam Zona by the Harvest case as well. That you might just get further into as far as the case. So by the way, come up with Kishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the cover. But she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Money. Even the Amamara, and the Russell of the Bob, and the Russell Hadley, command that to Russell. So do we say that essentially making something hectish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hectish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. In makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time the Bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esman Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is that does the object become an Esman Zona or not? So the case of Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? Rabbi Eliezer shekadma vehikri vasa. So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri vasa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about hikri shasa? Low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement it is clear that if she is makdish, that the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called the Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this shayla is not a shayla of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shikei Rabbi Eliezer, Jackie Basel, Tavka, Baki Shasel, Lo, the Isim Shasbia. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated, the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, the Kivasa, Shikale, the Kishas and the Sat. And then, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going on and the Bia, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look like what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, the harvest payment, it must be transactional and use, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited the animal with her for payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, assume she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. If she's not issued, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the end of via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the
Cool story, bro.
Let's analyze more. So
Cool story, bro.
the second case over
You
was,
came up with
let's say he
that.
has
Be like,
relations with her, and then
okay,
afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's
Really?
mutter, it means it
Like,
can be
lady,
consecrated
I
for
would
sacrificial
fuck you.
purposes. Or
They
meaning,
get
where
this
is the kasha?
point.
I don't
Really?
understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, ba'ala bi'achar kach masala, afilu mikhan ad shalosh shonim esnana asa. But the Raisa says if Reuben has relations with the Zilpah, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years
You're
later,
fine.
it's
Go
still
fuck
called
yourself.
the harlot's payment, and it'll still be aser. Amra nachamay yitzchak, amra chista, lo kasha. So what's in that conscience is just important. The rights that we quoted before, Hassan Phase in the base 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if we place her 3 years later,
Folks, look at this athleticism. Are you all witnessing this?
It's not a contradiction.
Absolutely done.
So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here Rashi, the talazeh, kalkama diyohev lo have eslan b'mehashtakim. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require mishich, or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about someone who's not Jewish. Levi's another possibility is Leolam Bezori Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukigon, the Koi Bechatse. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chatzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's Kim Chatzah she acquires. Less than a second. In the Koi Bechatse, Bala the Akakaf Nasala, Hakanyala. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chatzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chatzah, she already put it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan Zona, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chatzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shapi and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel on Wednesday, says, listen, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? A apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The ilav, and if not, shakle be'eslanif. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Master Rav Shesha. So Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam lechamarav ulapalo. let's say again, let's say Ruvain employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Aretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the eno choshish. He can do this. Eno choshish. He doesn't have to be worried. Salaf Gimel base 63b. Lo mishum shlius v'lo mishum ma'aser v'lo mishum yayin nesach. Now we'll say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amei aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amei aretz is going to buy shmita produce or meiser sheni produce and consume it outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last wide line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ihu Lo Safilu Midi Ela Priti Yair. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything, right? Ruvain is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following case. Samach Yom base 63b, second line down. But if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani porea, Su shtu v'ani porea, but if he says to the workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these permitted items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rav Yana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rav Yana case of, remember, Rav Yana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8th year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? Amo, ki kapara, the Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these, the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Hachanami ki kapara, the Isser kapara. So to over here by Rav Yana, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which the Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, Bechenteni Hamakivo, the Mishtabri. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across from Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is dealing, in other words, Ruben is not just saying, stop going where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to do for the items, and Reuben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabiana, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional needs. But again, using that logic, if Reuben were to send out his work, same case, go eat, go drink, go pick up the tab. Then he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the brisa up differently. Instead of making the first case of the brisa, the case of where Reuben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that time we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his brother, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben. Because
what is your favorite podcast?
And it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. The shopkeeper who does not,
because if they are,
therefore that lacks transactional,
not that word, it's
and
the
that
worst.
case should be fun.
What's the best podcast?
Better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one.
Oh, you learned absolutely nothing from nothing.
Cases.
It is pure brain rot.
Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit,
they'd even tell you, you're not going to learn anything.
Not still obligated to the any bummer of all this business.
We are just going to make fun of this motherfucker. But
so what happens? Right?
Oh, he's the worst.
Right? I go over to say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money for shit. And all of my property will be coming under.
Okay, well, why don't you tell it again?
Ultimately, like, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The immersive civil police. Now, again, that's even assuming that even that I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? Maybe I ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And ultimately, again, you're the You're right.
I feel like Danny LaRusso,
You're right.
and he came to this new town thinking
Whether
he's a
the
tough guy, and then
shopkeeper
I realized
extends
that
credit, it doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive it.
you're like, what the fuck?
You must worship him. Even the low miyaki shibude low
But like you walk down the street, you
Rashi
don't know who could kick you.
says, even though the Yachid shibude Rashi third line was Rashi's still not shibude. So you say low miyaki most
multiple times.
love
Like we were rolling, I reversed him, got on his back,
do
and
not go ahead.
he's like, I could joke me.
Set aside one of these, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, and pick up.
Training.
Since you know the final amount of money, right, or no specific money that you set aside for that, therefore again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So yichil lemos the path love alik aminu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says halacha and my hashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we do?
This is the worst podcast ever.
So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Ultimately, again, what do you have to say? Halacha, my hashish. You should see us. What do you have to concern about over here? The halacha of Isa that perhaps again she shows Ultimately, again, we're going to see here, because no particular one is designated as does not use What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money told them to shut up Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabais are this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, the Christ says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I know. I'm these sort of shit, they come in, drugs, they mean, so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm missing the Shmait, the Shamim, drugs, so I said this over, because the drugs, the shit of Nargo. What I'm already, you have to place the prices shouldn't be that we says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it's something he hasn't paid. Now, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're staying out of case on years that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you're like, you're right. So you're right. Tell me, ultimately, again, you're right. Change the license. Read the license. Really should be the following. That halacha la'isa, the living system is, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in Christ. Case number one is the Reuben gives his representative nuts. Says, Gabra, go out and eat, but and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Muslims don't even know, is that halacha la'isa, Reuben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. That's concerned if they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to workers, go out and drink, but then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's what the Gemara is going to say. Let's get both sides. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a daf. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Let's say good morning. It is a graceful sparkship to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We have learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Rav Nassan, and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages and Mefresh Baruch, and we have to send them home with Shalom and Bekarat and merit for all who souls Mefresh Baruch, give them success. With that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanaf Beis and base 62b, the Day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: The Day Rabbi Yana, Yasfi Perishviyas Nanim, Parlahu b'shminis. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yannai, what they would do is as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with eighth year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says over here something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yannai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the Parlo b'Shminis, Ishtachach ta'achri Aniyim b'Shminis acharat yer chaliti perishvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's house will repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amrli Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, Yalusin often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? We connect on. Now I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, Yalusin of the stars, to a couple of Rashis. Yalusin often, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yannai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chivim dahi shaita lo havu hanach be'en lo ichlufe han ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayil kedusha shvias alav. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could devolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. Now, Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or they should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. And he says, "You connect them to esnan mutar." And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with esnan zona. Esnan zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an esnan zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says, in corresponding case, what's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zona, right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an essence, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the law, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the halacha l'maisa
maybe used by some people to make predictions, but
sense?
mainstream Judaism does not necessarily use it for this.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the word's going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan is on a harlot's payment? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of Esnan Zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So where's Elach Kamar? Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the Achar Kach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achar Kach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ela La'achar Zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, he pays her today and he has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the acharkach, fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this question on this. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, we're going to use he gets her sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? She pays her sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use. Right? There's a lack of transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony from her. So he has relations with her. There's no need. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esnan zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? He should come up the hikri basa. It's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona. And she's offering up carbonos. What's that? It's important to mention this many times. So this is what I'm saying. We all live in consistencies. And we all live in comparative contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm exactly. And in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well. And there are things in my life that I do very poorly. And there are things that I don't feel all good. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a all things. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zoners are zoners, the sheep also be struggles. You know what? I guarantee you, those cabals are a way I can call it pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, and other and when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but those 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already go. She already offered it up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Just a quick clarification. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm a real person. I am not a robot. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow everyone in the space to the best of my ability. If you can't send me a follow back, we are all here to grow. And as we all know, that your network is your net worth. I follow everyone back, so I'm an easy follow back if you want to increase your engagement and your community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to ensure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can even see me live streaming as I shill right now on my timeline. No one else allows you to see them shill live on video in a Twitter space, but I do. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're available in the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
The mixture of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need whatever it is, then where it says Kami Aksha, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, that's fine. So the says this, so everyone said that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabiana, with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in permitted status when there is a level of transactional convenience. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslo zone, by the Farmers community. Everyone just gets what those vital pages. So, vital, Kama Bekisha Sama, very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Ruben gives Ruben into Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishit. She consecrates it. She didn't offer that with the brother, but she's makdishit. So what's the status now of the animal? Man, Kevin the Amar and Russell with the Balkans, Russell Kiman Dakri Boston. So do you say that essentially?
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for your kind words, Alpha. They mean the world to me. They're very motivating, so thank you. And yeah, I do actually, especially in terms of profile review. For those of you out there who are looking to connect with KOLs, and really people who are major influencers in Web3, one of the first things that they're going to ask you after looking at your profile is, do you have a link tree? And for those of you who don't know what a link tree is, it's basically one link that's free where you can link all of your social media to it. And I highly advise you all to have a link tree. What a link tree is going to do for you is going to be one link that you can put in your profile that allows anyone who wants to learn more about what you do and who you are to be able to have a great resource. And all of these links are vetted by you. They're not going to have to search for you. They're not going to find someone who is perhaps, let's say, not you, period, or someone who might be pretending to be you. They're going to be able to link directly to you. So that's really important. And if you don't have a link tree, you can certainly get one at free linktree.com. I also advise you all, if you really want to make a big difference with your profile in Web3 and even just outside of Web3, is to get the major social media platforms that are available to you. So that would be things like YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, the fastest growing social media platform in the world, but also ones like Pinterest. People don't know, Pinterest is a bigger website of monthly active users than X is. You want to also ensure that you have a Discord account, a Telegram account, things like a Reddit account, an Integer account. There are about 30 different social media platforms, major ones that you may want to have. And the reason why you want to have these is that when somebody goes to your profile, they're going to not only learn about you, but they're going to be able to see that you have a massive, massive network. And as we all know, your network is your net worth, and we want to increase that for all of ourselves. What this strategy is going to be able to do for you is fivefold. One, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on more social media platforms. Two, it's going to allow you to promote your customers on more social media platforms. Three, it's going to allow you to open up communication channels with new potential customers. 4, it's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And finally, it's going to make it very difficult for someone to be an imposter of you, basically someone to impersonate you. And with this strategy, when someone goes to your profile, whether it's on Twitter or TikTok or Reddit, they're going to see the same information about you. It's going to be unified. You're going to look very, very professional. If you're not utilizing Linktree, I highly recommend that you regularly review your own profile. I recommend that you should. You should ensure that your profile picture is unified across all of your different social media. And additionally, utilize the links that many of these social media platforms allow you to have. If you don't have a featured link, you should. If you don't have a pinned post, it's a good idea. You want to give people an excellent first impression of who you are and what you do, and you want to regularly review this. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
So we're going to say the second day sort of was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the married the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. Ba'ala bi'akakach nasama, afilu mikran, ad shalosh shonim esnana asa. But the Bryce says if Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it will still be awesome. And then not going to stop, I'm not pissed off. Lo kasha. So listen, that conscious is just important. The rights that we quoted before on Saturday, 62, we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an escrow. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it takes a few years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to talk. I'm not just a lo kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Baali li, his Baali li, Italasa. Had the Amar his Baali li, Italastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Love tell us that my hobby, I don't say. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go over to Rachel. He says, have relations with, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, oh, it has the status of a public payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone as well as what tiny of the sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to apply. So it's like that a son of is not. You guys know the possibility is the Olam is on Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's King Chatzah. She acquires it. That's in a second. Well, a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan Zona, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shaki and Neheli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and he says, listen, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar Law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle de esnanich. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Nasir Rav Shesha. So Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Eslan zone. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamarav Ulapala. So let's say again, let's say Ruvain employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. We'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the eno choshish. He can do this. Eno choshish. He doesn't have to be worried. Some people on base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum meiser, lo mishum yayin nesach. Now let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amei haaretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesach. right? Or maybe ultimately again the Am Haaretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce in Tzmila outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ihu Lo Safilu Midi Ela Priti Yair. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything private. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following piece. Sabbath Yom, base 63, the second line down. But if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu vani pora, su ushtu vani pora. But if he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from there is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of, remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with eighth-year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo ki kapara demei iser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami ki kapara demei iser kapara. So to over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. To which the Gemara says, Gemara Chisto, Bechenteni Hamakifo, the Mishtabel. So no, it's different. In the Reuven case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuven. The Archila Akufei, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Reuven, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Reuven is dealing with other words. Reuven is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food and buy drinks. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuven. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening over here. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to eat the items, and Reuven is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabiana, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who normally did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruben were to send out his worker, same case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihachi, as a tonic su'u be'echlu b'dinar zeh, su'u shesu b'dinar zeh, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakifo, the Mishtabed way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, Chavra, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up limited items. About Chenbani She'inamakifo, but a shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be hard. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must have old. What is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend him? Listen to this. A person says to his friend, Tain mana l'kloni, v'yiknu kon l'chase lach. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go over to Ruben. I say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that lacha? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Kevan lo miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi. Third wide line. Rashi's about him. Kevan lo shibude. Shelo yichei lo miyad mo'os v'kach. Lav chalifa minhu v'lo missa. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money had been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does, ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Sorry. Gemara says, so that's the case, ultimately, again. So when you consider that, you shouldn't shittiest. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, when it says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? My filtration. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha ma'isa that perhaps, again, see the babies versus ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha ma'isa, because no particular money is having designated for advance, does not take what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money is a big strong oil. This changes everything. Rashi, now, the case over here, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chenbani, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
To be fair,
I know. I'm used to the the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional news. Right? That's assumed that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmite that need to absolutely not. I said this over, he's got to love the big of the Arizona. אמר לי, כי הכי הגתון סעוד ואיכו סעוד שסעוד אני קורא at that case, the price is shitty to me that he says to his workers, go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay this if somebody hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echo, su'u shesu ha'minachash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case of years where we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you must know you're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, Allah says you're right. Change the license. The license is really to be the following way. That Allah says, who don't say today? So please remember, essentially there are three cases in life. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representative balance. So stubborn, go out and eat, but you drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on. Now is that Allah stuff moving free trade differently. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if that actions now then it says if Ruben is going ahead and surprising the the way that price is used, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chash. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the chash. That's what the Gemara says. Yeah, looks like we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Just the very basics. If he's not doing those, then I would assume he's not only trained 3 years. So like he's like, oh, buddy, this guy couldn't even. Yeah. Can you tell a role with someone the difference? If like they didn't tell you what their belt was, if they're a purple belt or a black belt, really? Yeah. What's like the big tell? Again, it's just the basics. Rookie mistakes.
First thing for morning is a great spot to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual conference sponsor, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a support for the solace levels for all of Am Yisrael. Our current co-sponsors for the month of Av, Habal Lotova, Stephen Wendy Grazing, honor of Israel Grazing, Dina Grazing, and Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife from the draw. We got learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, promotion of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Anna memory of her father, Ben Anna, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Maria, of Nelson, of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss languages after using the 12 minutes from being home. Shalom and Bukhara and America, who's fortunate to give them success to follow a mastery. And also with that, we'll let us keep on. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf B'Dino 62, and we are picking up on Sanaf Bezin base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up 10 the bottom. So the rest is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas V'Kei Shvias Maniyim, Utar B'Shvias. So very interesting here, so the members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that sheet, it actually says that it's very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Shmarabia. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house already right, we borrow Shemitah produce from the Amir and during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on the part of the Shemitah, the Amir and the Shemitah after that year, and we get Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house will repay the Amir ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, "Asu Amali Rabbi Yochanan." So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yeah, we see nothing. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Yet young, never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also have the stars. Two a couple of Rashis. You also know there. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says the keeping that he shaita lo habu hana ba'en lo is a hani ba'ani la chalikan ninu lo chaylik bisha shvitza. We saw yesterday that already. When you get into an issue of temple commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden item you talk upon the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is this looks like one of the transactions which is to treat the produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah the same day, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in Shemitah and only being quote unquote repaid during the feast, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah simply will not follow upon the This is very interesting. Is to connect on the S1 and the and interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S1 S1 is the one doesn't go to and he gives her something called the services. Right? Privacy is the money. It is an object. That object is called an S1. So that's really called public. And cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Which is the sign of the most is the first time you guys say what's the sign of the Rice says, Nossa Mobile. Let's say you then goes to the opposite. Right? You then goes to the and ultimately again, she gives her payment, right? But it doesn't have relations with her. Or on the level of Nossa, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the Nossa? It's not all for her payment, ultimately is not the sacrificial use. It's not doesn't make sense. Nossa Mobile, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her to even though Allah didn't do that. He had relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, and ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, the Hebrew law, my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Seriously, you must tell Allah, that gives what he said. Just Allah, the Ashrakat father, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, when you say she's outside, when somebody come in and that's a part of payment, when there's transactional immediacy, pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. It's the most eloquent. No salah, if you give it a sheep, the African bala. Now what does it mean, the African bala? Rashi says, Akshat Elo, the Afrazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. But again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some normal common sense. If you do it today and have relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. By Akrach it's not a meal. Oh, Bala, the Akrach or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he pays her, it's not a matter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be. However, Nasrallah, the Akrach, therefore, I will say, one thing is that essentially, In order for something to be categorized as an isolated zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line, the sheet of payment, has the status ultimately of one of our parties payment. Now, again, remember, keep track of the line here. So remember, the output of the guys, they would borrow cheap produce from the store, and we pay it ultimately again with cheap produce. People think that the open because, well, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange, it's probably something like that, business with cheap produce. But they're going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't use that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the sheet of produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara question is a little bit discussed in case. No someone the Achakat brought out. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, Ruben is right. He gets her a sheet. I'm just using a sheet because it's the easiest example ultimately again for salvation, right? So he pays her a sheet, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relation. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I understand. If he bought a lamb, but when he does have relations, right? Let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, right? Levo Allah is certainly a friend. Obviously, I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be labeled as STDs or not. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimation of already passed of Tuesday. The Lazar says, is very interesting, what's the case? He should come up and give us it. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. Got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So when they had relations on Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. And I said, you must say to yourself, yeah, what a thing. She's a zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's part of the myth as many times. So it's important to understand and we all need to carry contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, things in my life, like at a certain age, you just don't know what's not offensive anymore. Like, the things that I don't do well, but there's certain things that were words at a time that are no more. Like my brother, don't take away from the things that I do well. We're going out to my brother's gonna fly to Malaysia. I was actually right there in Malaysia flights. Like when the boys' new eyes went down. So he was touring the world with the band. Right? And my dad thinks the reason I'm here is to have a fun idea to have one last spirituality and righteousness weird. Yeah, and most of us we're out, and my dad didn't know if I really had a girlfriend. Because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff now, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still a contradiction. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Such is the nature.
I'm like, I hope that's a picture of a fucking rug.
And even though the zone is a zone, but she also brings chords. And you know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are way after his call. It's easy to love them. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner purpose or struggle from other response. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of the anyway, so the zona offered up the carpenters, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was ready to go. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you know what's the case, I'm about to make me action. If you set your zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, I'm not going to she could the shari law. Right? The less thought the shots in much of the so then obviously it's multiplied because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an S9 L Tuesday because it is regulation, right? So essentially, just leave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, if you use the law on the in the action, you do not this is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission,
I want to do a fighter in the kid IQ
to
test.
acquire it as his own, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to us on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a part of it. I could check it up as a part of it. After all, this is based on published Amrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erev, evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. Achol b'Shuso. So this is the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to check it up as part of what's in you know, you could only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, Ishmael only asks of us what we're able to do. We're sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people really up to you, aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's couples are, their abilities are. The Ritbono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Ritbono only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, behavi gabech achas via. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the Zohar, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire it? It's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, yes, so it was, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally up on anything. It's interesting. Okay? We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rav Yanai with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happened over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the essence of the Harlequin case. How do you know this case that was a Harlequin case? So by the So let's say, so the same thing, Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a product, but she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damamar, Amirasol Davok, Rasol Kimandakli Basidami.
Incorrectly.
We say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, where the shadow is. In the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia.
5 minutes to
In
make
this
5
case over
wishes.
here, on Tuesday she's Makdashit, Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So we're saying the Tiv Shamid Rabbi Eliezer.
How much would it take to make?
You give us our Elazar, so say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, you must Rabbi Elazar, Shekadma Behikri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, it's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement here, if she is not efficient, the animal is still in existence.
Dude, you're giving
her. Perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, do Rabbi Elazar is fake coming by. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to Shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, mine. Mifshas Shita Rabbi Eliezer, Dakri Basel, Davka Baki Shaso Lo, the Isa B'Shashkira. Because Rabbi Elazar saying that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam.
5 minutes.
Because when the animal was offered up before the Bia, and by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps the time where she was just Makdash, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, Yekrivasa Pshitale, Vikvishasa Misafale. Maybe obviously if she offered it up, that was no longer exists at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorizing it as an Eslam Zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona yet. But what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered Eslam Zona. He deposited an animal for payments. Now, the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal?
How much would it take?
That's the taking. That's the
How long would it take 100 machines to make
So we're making a list. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or immediately, Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or immediately. Right? So it says if Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be usher. So it wasn't that conscious, so just important. The rights that we pulled before us on the phase in the day 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if you place her 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. And I'm not going to use stuff on the pistol or kasha. Sorry, contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali Li, Ba'ali Li, the Talas, how the Omar is Ba'ali Li is Talas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case in front of the case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep. Versus have relations with me for a sheep. It tells us that.
Because it's overseas territory.
So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze it. The Omer Lover told us that my heart, I want to say that. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Everything goes over to Rafa. He says, have relations or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has a status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or car taking possession. Which the Gemara said, the zone okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for the cross. But it's not who's not Jewish. Levi's another possibility is the Olam Bizarre Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately, there's king chutzah. She acquires it. Either play the chatzera, the akikach nasal, hakagim. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You must remember she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually like a paradigmatic case of Esnan because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara spoke to the shot in the hand very interesting. Now here's the case. So Ruben comes to the halal and right here, this sheep is in a photo. Remember again, what is a photo? Your photo essentially is like a he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this.
No
sheep.
way.
So therefore, she doesn't require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnanif. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Shesha, so Shesha says it's supposed to some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir-Hearts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right, so what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before you so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's for payments or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and so what's that? Now, the Enochosh, to do this, Enochosh, she doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 60 degrees. Romishim Shvis, Romishim Ice, Romishim Yanis. And what's that? Here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern, right? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an on their part, it's going to be right? Or maybe ultimately again, that Hamaretz is going by Shita, or Meister Shita, he doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them money and he's saying, Kevra, do what? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the long short nice, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart is the last one, the last of the long line of Rashi. The heart even was something you don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything private. He is giving them money. It's here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no why. Okay, no. Contrast are the following. Samach Yolavay 63, second line. Vim Amalak, said to them, Su Be'ichlu, Vani Porera, Su Shtu Vani Porera. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. all. Now this is a problem. Foshish Mishon Shlius Mishomite Mishon. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Rashi does not Nani Korea. Habihu Lokea Isu Machilo. The Hashto Solid National. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. That's number two. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items. I was saying, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say, listen, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rav case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rav case of money. Rav what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid for with 8 year produce. Yochanan said, now the problem was no transaction immediately. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case here? Almost, he kapara, so what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of us is transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for the produce, shaming produce, therefore the Gemara says, often nami, he kapara, the means of kapara. So to the here by Rav and maybe paying here, ultimately again, isn't just ultimately produce. So the Gemara says, take him out of his stuff, so no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like when he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where you are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the Orthodox say, ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is a transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that for just a moment. It's actually right across the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction. Ruben's not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit with it. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give, Ruben's going to immediately take it. But again, that doesn't require you to say, right? This wasn't therefore, that case is kind of not transactional you must again, using that, Ruben were to send out a vote, same case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like that.
But it's like the personal problem.
That's mutter. Ilafi. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case like the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? So you must say that down. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to be prohibited items. How about Fenton? But it's not true, it does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the Bryce to go ahead and highlight two pieces that are the same, but one detail different.
But this is
Highlight
the
two
worst.
different cases. First, we must go old. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend? Many Bamara, listen to this. Homer Lechavero. A person says to his friend, Tain Manamakloni, Viknu Klon the Fosse Lach. So what happens? Right, Ruvain goes, all right, I go to you. Say, Ruvain, do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Clearly, you know, ultimately, I think my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. So what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply right from the America. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low nis. So what's the difference? Look at that. Rashi says even low miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi. Third line of Rashi says, "You're not shibude." Shaloyiche lo miyachid lo. Love there was two reasons. Okay, this is since the final one. Did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to be considering? That's what should shlius. So Gemara says, oh, no, we have to so ultimately again, he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about here? Michael, you should shlius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw, that perhaps, again, shlius versus hamoliyah, which you do long ultimately again is same thing. Because no particular money is designated for advance, there's no creation. What's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advance the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Shekilo, Alabayis Dinar Lefendini, Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam is Alabayis Ta'afli Yisoge. Oh, so this changes everything. So in the case of a year, ultimately again, the Rice says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chendini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. On these sort of strength, they come in just in the other. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is remember the same line of transactional news. Like that's the key. That's accurate here. So the Gemara says, I'm not Kano. I'm missing the Shmei Kamid Rav Zvid Nagda. So Kano said, I sent this over to start the Rav Zvid of Nagda. And what happened? Amalei, Ihati, at the time, that's shouldn't be that when he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying now the case of years where we didn't prepay. Right, so you left money in the shop, then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. Sorry. I'm like, funny. Ultimately, again, a lot of the license, you're right, change the license, read the license, reflects it. that halacha l'maisa, Ruben says that is, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Case number one is that Ruben gets it up to rice. So it's never go out to eat, but we drink on meat. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way you might understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben free paid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's not how they have. You have to be concerned, if we have access now to the food items, if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the permanent items. The way that prices should be is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need the cash. I will settle all ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what Gemara does. Good, let's stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what do you got?
And intelligence is compartmentalized. My brother-in-law, David Blaine, was trying to find the smartest man in the world. And he came over and he had 10 questions, logic questions. I got 1 out of 10. Bill Gates got 6 out of 10.
Option to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shbaka Baritz, for dedicating all the Shemay Russians this year as a support for the Soros Tavos for all of Israel. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Grazing, Gina Grazing, Irene Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Israel sponsors. Dr. Evan J. Wolf, continuation of the outside contact with his father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Tyler, memory of the father, Ben Hover, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Maria, and Nelson, as always. We dedicate our learning to social justice to 12 minutes to bring home Shalom and the Torah of America and its ultimate freedom, success, and all of mastery. Also, the doubt that us speaking of the exciting doubt ahead of us today, today's doubt is Summit Venus 63. And we are picking up on South Asian base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines of Kabbalah. So, Moses says, today, Rabbi Yana, yes, he can see his name, the Torah of the Sheets. So, very interesting to say this. Remember, this also the Rabbi Yana, because he was a scholar. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the Hayden with 8 produce, 9 Shemitah produce from the Solomon. So, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that it's very interesting. Yasi Kirishli, it's called this Manabiyah. So, obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this has, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and very Shemitah. Actually, on a part of the Shemitah, the Shtafach, the Achim, Ani, and the Shemitah, Acharat, Yoref, and the Detail Shemitah. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's house will repay the Ani, ultimately again with new produce, easier produce. So where it says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of yoga. There's something about it, obviously, that probably people, some of these. So they said something for yoga. Another week, yoga said, yeah, we see it often. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Now, if you get done, that was interesting, you know, look at Rashi, you also know, besides 2 couple of Rashis. You also know, the yoga said, the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, no Abu Hana Ba'an, lo Ikhlife Hani Ba'ani, La Khali Beninu, lo Khali Kibusha Shvesa. We saw yesterday that already. We get into the issue of potential conflicts with forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously committed. So for example, if you consider this year is, this looks like one is a transaction business, the Shmita produce, that even the 8-year produce could ultimately have the same Shmita prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken when the choosing it, and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep or produce, and therefore no sheep or prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the ideal of it. Therefore, then halacha myself, and therefore, again, sheep essentially will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Esma and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esma and Zoma. Esma is what the person goes to Zoma, and if you give her something for her services, right? Obviously, this is a money, or even give her an object, that object is called an Esma, so not even for a holiday, and cannot be used for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of, you know, says the corresponding these guys know what's the case. This sounds like this. Rice says, no some level of bother. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his home. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her, payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the have no lesson, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not a mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of the law, if you gave her, let's say you gave her a lamb, you gave her a sheep, and you didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband, like she can even though the law, you didn't have relations with her. So you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the seal, furthermore, the second case, but allow a lot less if you have relations with her. Ultimately, the advantage, if you do pay anything, if you don't really less on law, my estimate, if you didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of this thing rice that says that a lot of the rice of the estimate is not doesn't make any sense. In which we must Allah, talking to Allah, that this means to say, listen to this, Nasala, the Afashak Ba'ala, if you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to take is outside. So we want to say like this. When does something become an estimate, in a public payment, when there's transactional immediacy? These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's alcohol. No someone, you give it a sheep, the African ball. Now what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Akshav, hello, the African ball. Doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense here. Days of today, which is 3 hours, tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But our craft or Bala, the Akakaf or for that matter, he has relations with in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, Nasala, the Akakaf, therefore, also, do one thing is this that essentially, in order for someone to be pulverized by an estimate, once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payments, relations, then the line you seek the payment has the status ultimately identified. Remember, the household was young, right? They would follow through the police from the court and pay as if it was the into the home because the cost of why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately against the set your produce, and therefore the API produce remains tied to the Fine. Now the next question is a little bit this testimony, please. So also while we check out broad, so again, let's go with this, right? Let's impose it as any case. Okay, we're going to be wrong. Gets her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep right? So gives your sheep. Right? And then let's say gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, So again, based on this report, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for unsecured transactions. Right? There's a last transaction in these. You must understand. If he bought when he does have a let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with her on Sunday, Rachel Allah is suspended on Friday? Obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony John. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmon Zoma already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar just says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? He should talk about the Hikmah Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when you have relations on Wednesday, actually the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A highest harvest, a highest zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, what a thing. She's in zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's entirely different. It's very don't take away from the things that I do well. Is not all you could be righteous in some areas and more righteous in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. Most of us are not. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. That's not, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of human condition. We all know hypocrisy. We all know contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to consider ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings problems. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting to all. It's a pleasing aroma. Says at the end of the day, no one knows how inner countries and struggles and all that stuff. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but those kind of relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the zona, this for the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as a fill, right? Apply this as a fill, right? Then, if she said the Sharila, right? The less thought, the Shastia, so then obviously it's Mushaf, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And so she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Lakim in the abstract is enough in the time. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it, and if he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of Tuesday. Right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? If he gives it to her, it's on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a private. How could you offer it up as a private? Right? The yak, which is based on something coming up from the it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. Half of the so to the end, you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. Otherwise, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer up a car? What's the start there? I mean, it's not a misconsecration. You can only manage something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. We shouldn't make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who aspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose or their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Torah only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of the highest holiness. Only be makish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual things. Incredible. El Gamla was the case. El Gamla, Abi Gabeh Achaskia. This is very interesting. She says to her, Ruben gives to the son of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for me tomorrow, right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire this. So it's interesting, and the judges is that's what I'm going to do. Fine, so Gemara says, so everyone said, that's the game. Now again, what's the idea? Why we decided to have this power on things? The reason is because you can remember the Rabbi this through the transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something could only be invested in its status when there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnan zone by the product case. That we might just go further into the product case. So by the Boshia, so let's say the same thing. Ruben gives Rachel and Ruben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. So Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not Christian. She consecrates it. She didn't offer that to her, but she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar and the rest of the above is Russell handle. So do we say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and not dishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Although not quite easy to say. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because I must say, the way the shiny is, in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not Christian. Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now the shadow is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? Or so the case shall be very Eliezer. Porque no sabe los dos, pero sí que estamos going back to the Elazar and talking about that, right? And when Rabbi Elazar, she cut off the hikri basar. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the phrase right? Is when she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. That's the hikri basar. So that's what she offered it up is no longer in existence. How about hikri shasal? Low. But from Rabbi Elazar statement here, that if she is not the animal is still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esperanzona. Much the says, no, the Rebbe Elazar is fake on the Bible. The truth is, this Shiloh is managed to Shiloh Rebbe Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshad Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Yakli Vasal, Davka, Baki Shasal, so Isra Shaskia. Does Rebbe Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Estima is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by having the Bia up first, the animal is no longer Bia. But perhaps again, the she was just makish, consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Estima Zona. All Dilma, if the Vasal Pshitale, this Bishas and the Saf. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zone, but in case we just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take it. So we're reading that shows. Interestingly, as I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, it's important lesson number one. We're not paying Islam zones. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam zone, understanding the message transaction means payment via. So if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Islam. So if he deposited an animal with payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide partner. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's different. That's okay. Let's analyze it. So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When you say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecration purposes, or immediately by his kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or immediately. The Rice says if woman has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years they still do not pay all of the girl's late. Right, so he pays her late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it'll still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to stop. Look, so listen, I have to say this important. The rights that we spoke before, payment basically said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not this one is kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali Li Ketalasa. Hada Amar is Ba'ali Li Ketalasa. So let's say this is very ultimately again one case of case where it says have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Hirashi, the Talazah, Kalkama to Yohed Lahavi Eslan the Nekashkins. Ultimately, again, the mercy when he identifies the sheep is as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. So let's analyze it. He only loved the Talazah. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's moving a little bit up. He says, have relations with the zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years, now look at this. Supervising the hospital is the only one who's Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish child. If you don't, they call you Bechatzim. Oh, interesting, you're not the sheep. in which case, again, ultimately there's plus she requires second. Either Kaiba Hatsera, Bara, Masala, Hakama. I understand. If it's in a cluster, then it requires or correlations with her, then ultimately, again, then it's already in her cluster, it's already required. What are you talking about? You might in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esther because she's acquiring the sheep even before the people, if the sheep is standing in her cluster. Which the mother the Shaki and the Henry are focused on. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to our level of cases, this sheet is an actual remember what is a post? The post essentially is a level two.
Just like we're not touching that. Yeah. And also, I felt bad for him because he had a chicken tattoo on his back because his last name had the word chicken in it. And not only did they not massage him, the other hot girls came in the room to laugh at his tattoo. He definitely has a weird fetish now. I wonder how he's doing today.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful option to be able to learn a deep overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Kamikola sponsor, Tosin Shpach Israel, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a close for the Soros Publics for all of Israel. Our Kamikola sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Lagoba, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife is a we got writing sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, information at the website of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, and Maria, and Nelson, always. We dedicate our learning in the Swiss references have to just make the 12 minutes to shalom our home, to shalom and the Torah and America, and so give them success, the whole of massive thing. And also, with that, we have a speaking, we have an exciting date ahead of us today. Today's date is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on South Basil Days 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Rishiyas Nani, to Karlin Rishiyas. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Smalavio. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on the part of the Sheminis, the Shkata, the often Aniyim the Sheminis after Abiyah, and the people of Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's house would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. And I said, I'm ready to Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned the practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something that happened, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm a little. Rabbi Yochanan said, y'all listen often.
Folks, look at this athleticism, just the footwork and everything. Really unprecedented.
Look at Rashi. You all seen that this to a couple of Rashis. You all seen often. There, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yannai are acting totally fine. Rashi says the chivin that he shaita lo habu hana be'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayil kedusha shvei salah. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business, which means the produce, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during this age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. Next time, the S-Lord and interestingly enough, similar case would come up with S-Lord. S-Lord is and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if you pay for money, they would give her an object. That object is called an S-Lord. So it's used for a home and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. This is the sign yet. The verse is the corresponding piece by the sentence. Rice says, not some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, and he gives her right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's halacha? As none of for Hamlet's payment, ultimately, is much of a sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't mean nothing of the if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a condom, but she doesn't know about lamb, he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. There's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, the soon, furthermore, the second case, but allowed a lot of he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, no young of love, ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't go on my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in place that says that hello from an estimate is not doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, hello, now this is what I need to say. Nasala, the Arthakak Ba'ala, if he gave the lesson gave the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this works in the ability to make outside. So it wasn't say like this. When there's something from an estimate, the estimate is on a harvest payment, when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elakamer. No Sama, if you give her the sheep, the Achakak Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakak Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate? Maybe you see, I think there's some level of conversation. Maybe today, and relations for 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Nasala, as well as Ba'ala, the Ashakak Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then you practically her. Esnana Musa. In both of these cases, ultimately again, the Esnana is going to be Musa. However, Nasala, the Achakak, therefore, what I really want to say is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land you shoot for payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. So remember, they would borrow sheep produce from the floor and pay it ultimately again people came to the open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't agree that we're produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for 7-day produce, the produce, and after the 8-day produce, the next fine. Now, the more questions a little bit is tested. Russell will be Achakak Ba'ala. So the next question, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. And you will be the 100 ship. right? She pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say put your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple. Right? There's a large transaction in this. You must understand. If he bought when he does have this, like let's say on Wednesday, like you have the sheep on Tuesday. Translation is on Wednesday. So why would we consider that when he does have an issue with the top of something, Lechol Allah is standing on fire. Obviously, okay, I understand. When you visit the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony from Revelation. And when you watch Revelations on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest field should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate of already passed off Tuesday. Rabbi says, it's very interesting, what's the case? He said, come up and hit your bus. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I don't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonas. Those types of point we've met this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all have different consistencies. And we all live in highly contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm excited. And in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well. And there are things in my life that I do very poorly. And there are things that I don't do at all. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a holy thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. Most of us are not. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a state. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. As well comes the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of the world. And there's important for us not to take ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings problems. You know what? I'm going to those kabbalas are real people. It's a piece of aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that inner struggles and then you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are looked. Sure, they are looked. Let's he said to us, this is what God shared the land. This is your consciousness. Right? That is a local she can be shot at. Right? Less thought you should see that much of the humble desire. She has to have it. She can't be categorized as an estimation. So essentially, these are the things like to offer it up. However, if you don't know what to do, but if you can actually give it this is what I want to say. Right? The schedule correlation is on Wednesday. So what is it mean? And we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. It doesn't want to acquire. It's not hers. It's not hers. And it's not hers. The person who consecrates his home. His home. This is talking about like to go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not talking about these issues. Just like we're playing, other issues. So to the end, we consecrate, whether it's consecrate is something that you know. So if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, they might be separate. If It could only be makdish something that is existing. Which means in the realm of personal growth, only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's totals are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Bible only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to do what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to do someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. It can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. You missed your faith, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire that. So it's interesting, independence is that's more fine. So Gemara says this. So that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally after interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this sheep transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslan Zoma, by the Harlot case. Right here, just get further into this Harlot case. So by the Rosh, how do I make you shut so much? Very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up to the covenant, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amanar, I mean, that's so much above the Salasal Hakim. Kiman Dakti Basitami. So do you say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, really, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Although my hashtam miha you say that in other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the makdish is gone. When it's gone, the makdish ultimately again it is still here, it still does it. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the side of this. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So we're saying the case from Rabbi Eliezer. Someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And Rabbi Eliezer said, cut off the hikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About hikri shaso, low. But from Rabbi Eliezer's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer who fake coming by it. truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Nifshat Shifei Rabbi Eliezer, Dakri Basal, Dafra Bakri Shasal, Lo, Da Isa B'Shasbiya. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't eat an estimate is when the animal is offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, she was just not consequent. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Allah the animal is recategorized as an Esman Zona. All your love, with the loss of Shitale, with the trust in the Sat. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going and it's kind of a of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esman Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're not sure. So interestingly enough, let's say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's an important lesson of the law. We're not saying it's Esman Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate of how it's paid, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited the animal for payment, next, and the via doesn't occur until later on, then she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she's consequences. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the okay, let's analyze that. That's the adulation for her. And then afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for consecration purposes. Or meaning, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala bi'achakach masana, akili mikana, ashalo sholim esnala asa. The Rabbi says if Putin has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the asa. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to stop. Well, kasha. So listen, that kasha is just important. The rights that we put in the before, that's how the New Day 62B said that if there's relations and then payments, that's not an estimate. It's called transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, we can do 3 years later. Ultimately, it is for asa. I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to stop. Kasha. Contradiction. Hadda Amar Ba'ali Li, Ba'ali Li, the Talazah. Hadda Amar Ba'ali Li, the Talazah. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep. Versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talazah, called Kama Yoyev Lo Havik Eslan de Nehashtakim. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only love the Talazah, my heart, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? Scenario for Wednesday. We can go to Rafa. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay it for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at these. Oh, it has status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only the din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So it's something that someone who's not Jewish. Utilizing another possibility is the Olam Bezoni Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you don't, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chatzah. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two chatzah she acquires. In a second. Either pay the chatzah, or the akach masala, hakameh. For 1 second, I understand. If it's in her chatzah, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chatzah. She already acquired it. What are you talking about here? In other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmer Zona, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia if the sheep is standing in the Fratza. To which the Gemara the Shaki and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and says this. And this sheep is in Apotiki. Remember again, what is Apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I know that my time is limited. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Thank you.
Right? So what's the halal? The Eno Kosher, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Eno Koshish to do this. Eno Koshish, he doesn't have to be worried. South Gimel base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin lesef. Now we'll say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern of here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin lesef, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir aretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce in Sminat Anav Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines of Rashi. The Ha'ilu, those Sakilu,
3,500.
We don't view, Ruben is not the one giving it, who is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following case. Sabbath Yom base 63b, second line down. Vim Amarla, but he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani porea, Su ushtu v'ani porea. But if he says to the workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shvius mishum ma'is mishum yayin lesef. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Ve'im v'ani porea. Havi'ihu lokeach ha'isru ma'achilo dehashtam salat nafshi minad. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these liquidated.
Yo, what up?
If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's no need to. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for himself. What do you see from here? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. The Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo ki kapara demeisa kapara. So what is he here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce, the trading produce, the Aliyah, and problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfanani ki kapara demeisa kapara. So to over here by Rabbi Yonai, when they retain a year, ultimately again isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. The Gemara says, Gemara Sisto, Vechenteni Hamakifo, Shimishtabit. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that for just a moment. It's actually right across the left. Right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying, stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here.
Oh, I just caught the tail end of what was being discussed, so I'm just listening for right now, but I will certainly contribute when I feel I have more of a developed opinion. Thank you.
Going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the conservative, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. You must avo, and when you say and again, using that one, Ruben were to send out his work. Same case.
When possible, do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
He's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally sends credit to him. Then it sounds like
it's just a personal project.
That's the case. That it's mutter.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. I'd appreciate it if you could follow me back. I follow everyone back, so if you want a free follow, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, first and foremost. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make sure you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, you'll find that link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say we just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations donations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore...
Very well. Where would I find more information on it? Where would I find it? Okay, thank you.
Should be mutter. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do you think?
Certainly. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew it's one of the OG meme coins. The ticker is Bitcoin. It is an Ethereum coin.
What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that perhaps, again, versus ultimately, again, in the same thing. Because no particular money is actually designated for does not what's the case? The case over here is where the Malachai is advance the money to the home. Okay, so this can be done. Look at Rashi. Shekilo, Malachai is Shekilo the family. Hodem Sheshalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Malachai is Shekilo. This changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Christ says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chandni, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. Look, I know. I'm used to the shrinking. I mean, that's only that. So I've kind of said this. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the thing that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm not Papa, I'm not Kano, I'm recently Shmeiching Hamid Rav Salim. So Kano said, I said this over in front of Rav Salim of Narigo. And what happened? Amalei, he hardly had the time so that's the case. The Christ shouldn't read that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of Reuben can pay. Right, so he left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? And this one doesn't know you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. I'm going to ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is you're right. Change the prices. Read the prices. Really the following way. That halacha l'maisa, Reuben says to me. So case, remember, essentially there are two cases in this. Case number one is when Reuben gives his representative $100. So it's got to go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, for those who must understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chandni. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. So we have to be concerned if we have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. And the way that prices should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, we'll stop over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a gaff. See everyone in wonderful. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn all of you. begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the human drushos this year as a support for the Besoros troubles for all on Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Latoba, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Phil Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White, from the Bracha. With our earning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaber, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rav Nassan, from the Bracha. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, make the Shpach, we have to bring them home. The Shalom and the Karach and the merit for the soldiers, give them success. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Beis and Beis 62b, the Day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the Day Rabbi Yana, Yaski Perishvias Manim, Uparlu Bishminis. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with eighth year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishvias called this Manabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, the parlo b'shminis, yishkachach ta'achli Aniyim b'shminis achar adir, haliti pero shvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amari Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we've seen often. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. They have also, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also seen up his sons, two a couple of Rashis. You also seen up in here. The Yochanan said the members of the house of Yannai's are acting totally fine. Rashi says the keeping that is shaita lo habu hanach ve'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalipen ninu lo chayle kedusha shveisalai. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can evolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esnan Mutar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an Esnan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says, the corresponding case passing on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rashi says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zona. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the law, you didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnan is mutter? That doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Ella hachika amer." This is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasalah the achar kach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say it like this: when does something become an esnan? An esnan is a harvest payment. When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. If you gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Ba'alal, the achakach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achakach, so fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be a transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and we pay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Which Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this esnan piece. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some Lechol Allah is Eslam Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Eslam Zona because he didn't have relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Eslam Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you were saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important, we've mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. And here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I do chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reach nichoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amahu b'yarcha. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially he gave her a gift. And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, this is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer it up as a karma? After all, the Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech now, evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Just like your home, you own it. So the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how can she offer up at the time? Let's just start here. I know this is a little hospital. You could only be marketed something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this Bible only asks of us what we're able to do. And sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon shall only asks you to be that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the Zona, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. the mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a carbon, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as. So it's interesting, kind of hedges these bets a little bit. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's this.
Weźcie kiedyś tak, że was było was słabe? Siekuła, nie sagła, tylko to po prostu miejsce, w którym one mi przylegają do czasu. You should have Mr. Yes, you're correct. Thank you so much for reminding. Thank you so much. I was checking tablet films that are doing, but I might about you told me you are learning each other about okay, that was about crypto. It was about the knowledge about Kabbalah. Okay, but I heard you were talking about the streaming. Yeah, amazing. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So I can understand. As you said, thank you so much. Thank you. Streaming 24 hours per 7 days. It's very changing life perspective. It's very interesting. It's all positivity, in having hope. This is growing in a good way. Yes, making plates. Peace. Making plates. Peace. Okay, I will start off. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello,
I
madam.
want to inform you I got warned on YouTube to not streaming, I guess.
Copyrighted music.
Stream other streaming.
Yeah, copyrighted music. Or streaming somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
But this is about audio too, or only about video?
I believe that's audio.
Okay. Yeah.
So what you can do is you can find open source or free 432 hertz, and if you talk over it, it won't like the computer basically won't know that you're speaking. I was watching what you were doing though; it was cool, but no big deal. I mean, it's just a warning, and you get like a warning,
Yeah.
and then 3 strikes. So you should know that I've gotten all of those before. No big deal. And okay, so what can you do? Um, if you want to play music on your stream and you um, don't have the um, we're going to use publicly available. Okay. And we can find something that's no copyright. But whenever you're playing um, so here, if you want to know a secret, um, if you play 2 of them at the same time, they can't detect that. Does that make sense?
I guess so. I got something like if I respond or their question, they can back this one because of I am learning.
Yeah, you can take their quiz and then you get it undone. But if you play 2 at the same time, they can't detect it.
I was thinking about wait, 2 the same time.
2 at the same time. So show your screen. I'll show you what to do.
What about synchronization? It will be good to listening this and what with watching the other's video to just comment or something like that. Sitting and comment.
I'll show you how to do that. When you can, show me your screen and we'll walk through it.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Go to YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, and play a 432 hertz song. Oh, we can do this together if you want. If you have trouble, let me know. But you should be able to do it. Okay, so go to YouTube 432 hertz song.
Like here.
That's fine. And then go to another one, anything that you want.
Okay. Here, this.
Is that a different one?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if you play those both at the same time, YouTube can't pick up that you're playing something that's copyrighted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about synchronization? Here it's compatible. If you know what I mean.
It's still like very so like what I would do if I were you is I would do this. Look up heartbeat sound 12 hours. So in the search, yeah, that's fine. Go to heartbeat HEARTBEAT.
But in YouTube or in voice translate?
In YouTube, just like you're doing. Heartbeat sound 12 hours. 12 hours. Yeah, and then just hit enter. And then, how long is that video?
It's 12 hours.
Perfect. Play it. Did you hear heartbeat?
Interesting sound. This is a heart beating.
Yeah, but
and
is it
by this?
Is it? Hold on. Is it making any?
This will be not.
Hold on. Is it making any sound?
Yes, it's a heart beating, just like this. Heart beating. Slow
But
heart beating.
And you can hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am hearing this with.
Okay, turn that one off. Turn that one off for a second. Turn that one off for a second. I just want to hear the heart beating one. So turn off the other one.
Yes.
Turn that off.
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to hear the heart beating. Okay, I can't hear that one. Go to the sound and make sure it's playing.
This is playing.
You hear a heartbeat?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, turn the sound up on that one. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Go back to it. Go back to it. Now pull the sound all the way up.
This?
No, heartbeat.
Let's stop this.
Okay, hit play so you hear the heartbeat. Do you hear the heartbeat?
To listen it.
Do you hear the heartbeat?
Now, yes.
Okay, let me see if I can hear it.
Maybe that's why, because this is not streaming like on screen, but only wait. Now yes, wait.
You hear a heartbeat?
Yeah. And you?
No. Okay, that's all right. Go to go back and go to a different video of a heartbeat.
Okay.
There you go.
By the way, that was nice one.
Okay. I hear this one, but I don't hear a heartbeat. Okay, go back. Okay, at the top, just have it say heartbeat and no 12 hours, just heartbeat. Heartbeat sound.
Okay.
Okay, and not a short like that. That's just any one of them. Just a heartbeat. 10 hours, that one. That one.
That one?
Yeah. Okay, I do hear that one. Okay. What we need to do is trick the algorithm, and we need it to be. Is that as loud as that gets? There you go. That's what you need to do. You need to turn all the way up.
All the way out.
Up. All the way up. There you go.
Like this?
All the 100% though.
Okay. And this, yes, I have.
Okay. This one you want to keep lower. You want the heartbeat one higher.
Okay.
Okay. And go back to the heartbeat one. And make the heartbeat one 100% sound. Volume 100%. It is. Okay, good. Okay. And we might want one more sound. New YouTube.
Yes.
Okay. And do what are those things called? Just one moment. They're called brass. Put on BRASS.
D.
B as in boy. B as in boy. Brass. BRASS. Not B. B as in boy. BRASS.
D.
Yes.
Like this?
Yeah. BRASS.
B.
Yes. Yes. S. S. Okay. Brass and then space. And then I think bowls. BOWLS.
B, W,
Yeah.
L,
S.
F.
Yeah. Brass bowls. Okay. And then search it. Yeah. Okay. And put in 12 hours. Yeah, that one. Okay, play that one. Okay. Now, right click on this on the picture and you should see loop. LOOP.
Yes.
Excellent. Now go to the heart one and go
Also,
also, yes. Okay. And then go to the one with the green things. The first one, yeah, that one, and make that one loop.
okay.
All right. Now you won't get a copyright strike.
Okay. For sure, but I should lessen this also to this.
Yeah. So
What's going on?
so that's fine. Now, you were talking about what about the video? The video they don't check as well as the sound. So long as the sound is different, you're going to be okay. Does that make sense?
If, yeah. What if I want to watch, for example, Elon Musk who recorded this video on
Yes.
stream
Yeah,
on
so
YouTube?
absolutely. Play that sound over it and you'll be fine.
Okay, and will they answer watching this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, I always
but it must be on 100%. Or
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It can be just lower. So it just has to trick the computer into thinking it's not the same sound.
Yeah.
So by you playing a heartbeat and those bowls, it changes it, and then when the computer checks to see if anything's exactly the same, it shows up as different. Does that make sense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you can do that for anything. So one that I put on, I'll just show you one that I use. Go to a new tab
Yes.
and type into YouTube.
Here.
Yeah. Type in Charlie, CHARLIE.
Charlie.
Yes. And then the last name is Puth. P as in Paul, UTH. And then put in Betty, BETTY. And then the last word is Boop, BOOP. 12 hours.
Like this?
Yeah, and then it should say 12 hours.
Okay.
No, it should Charlie Puth, Betty Boop, 12 hours. Okay, go all the way to the top. Okay, so the first word should be CHARLIE.
Like this?
I can't really see, so I'll just spell it again.
See?
CHARLIE.
C-E-
No, CHARLIE.
Wait, I wasn't good with.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll spell it again. Okay, C as in Charlie. H as in horse. A as in apple. R as in raccoon. L as in lion. I as in igloo. E as in elephant. Charlie.
Charlie, but I have Charlie here.
Okay, so Charlie,
Charlie.
and then the second word is Puth. P as in Paul, U as in unicorn, T as in Tom, H as in horse.
It is.
Okay, and then Betty is the next word. B as in boy, E as in elephant, T as in tortoise, T as in tortoise, Y as in yo-yo. And then the last word is boop. B as in boy, O as in octopus, O as in octopus, P as in Paul. And then 12 hours.
Can you repeat two last words?
Sure.
E.
T. T. T as in Tom, T as in Tom, two T's.
T.
Yes. And then Y is in yo-yo.
Yeah.
And then boop is B as in boy.
Yeah.
O is in octopus.
Yeah.
And then another O is in octopus.
Yeah.
And then P is in Paul. Boop. B-O-O-P.
T-T-Y-B-O-O-P?
Yeah, that's fine. And then put 12 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, search for it.
Okay.
Not that one. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Let me look it up. Well, I'll just type it to you in Discord, and you can just copy and paste it. And this is one that I always use when I want to play like something that I know that they don't want me to play. I will go to Betty. Charlie, please, just one moment. Charlie. Okay, go to your Discord messages.
Yes.
Discord messages. Go to Discord.
I have.
Discord. No, not YouTube. Discord. Yeah, that one. That one. 10 hours. Yeah, that one. That's the one I use. And it just plays this and plays this and plays this and plays this for 10 hours or whatever. And I can play anything else over it. And because this guy's talking just like a little bit on the video, it distorts it. It changes it just enough so that I don't get a copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
With both is also working or only with this?
No, you don't need to use that one. I'm just telling you which one I use. And so you can close that one. You can close that one. Okay. Now, if you really want to protect yourself, let's say you're going to go to sleep and you want it to be calming for people while you sleep, you play all three of these. You play the bowls. So play the bowls. And that one, the heartbeat. And that. Now, one other thing that you're going to want to do is do a new YouTube tab.
Here?
Yeah, perfect. And let me look up just one moment. Let me look up what we would look up. Okay. Okay, go to your Discord messages. I just sent you a um a link.
Yeah, turn this on with
So what you
this card are working.
okay, perfect. Okay, so what you do is I would play this with no sound. I don't think it has sound, so make sure no sound. No. Apologies. No. My uh play the sounds that you currently have, the 3 videos. Play those sounds. Yes. Yes. And then play that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your tab and pull it all the way to the right of your screen. So move your mouse up to the tab at the very top.
Wait, I must kind of lower volume.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes, absolutely. Certainly. Okay. So not new tab. Close that. Okay, go to the new tab. That yeah, that no. The rainbow one. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Now, do you know how to make it so that you have 2? It's called it has a name. Just one moment. I'm trying to think of what the name is. Okay. I want you to hold down the mouse on this tab at the very top. What you're going to want to do is have 2 windows right next to each other.
Here,
Yeah. You just had it. Wait, hold on. That one right there. Click it. No. Hold on. Go to the new one, the color one, the rainbow one. Yes. Hold on. Keep your mouse on the rainbow tab at the very top. Oh, it's called snapping. Okay, hold on. Go to the rainbow tab and pull it all the way to the right. That one. But okay, you hold it and then pull it all the way to the right on your screen. All the way to snap it. Can you snap it?
I have it on my second screen.
That's what it is. Okay, that's okay. Put it back. Okay. So let me think how you could. Okay, can you make it so that you have 2 browser windows on this screen? Or I'll tell you what. Take this one and pull it all the way to the left. So not the right. Pull it all the way to the left. All the way. Keep going all the way to the snap it to the left.
It's hard to explain.
That's okay. No worries. Don't worry about it. Basically, what we're trying to do is make it so that you don't have anything that's copyrighted alone. So what do I mean by that? Go back to the rainbow. There you go. Wait, that's what you want to do. Go back. That's what you want to do. Yes. And then go back to the thing with the glowing, the thing that you got the copyright strike on. That one. Yeah. And then put the glowing thing. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Wait. Go back so that it's small. Yes. And put the rainbow thing next to it.
Okay. I understand,
Yes. There you go. Yeah. So that they're next to each other, side by side.
Yeah.
So the bowls, put the bowls back at the top.
The top.
Yeah,
Bowls.
put the
This Tibetan.
that one, put it back at the top. Yes. Go back to your other one. Okay, that one's good. And then go to the one that has the glowing. It's a glowing. What the one that you got the copyright strike on? That one's fine. But you had one with it was like glowing balls or glowing
This is glowing.
Yeah, yes, it is glowing. You know, I should have been specific. That I'm gonna call that one the rainbow. You want the glowing one with the hands? The first of the 3 videos. That one. Okay, you want that one next to the rainbow, side by side.
Like it.
Yes. So when you go to bed, if you want, you have these both next to each other. That way, it's not a unique it's a unique picture. Basically, YouTube, when it's looking at everything, it's never seen this before. It has seen the one on the left in a big screen, and it has seen the one on the right in a big screen, but it's never seen them both next to each other. And then with the sound being different, no one has ever heard this on YouTube like this before, and it tricks the algorithm, and then you won't get a copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Amazing.
Yes. Okay, good. Good. So that's just when you sleep or you're not at your computer. You just want to make sure that you're not showing anything that's been copyrighted. Now, if we're so you can close the rainbow one, but maybe make a bookmark on that one.
Like
Make a bookmark. Make a bookmark on the rainbow one so you know where it is. Do you know how to make a bookmark?
Bookmark, is it this?
Yes, exactly. Yes, and then close the rainbow one.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then that one you can put back at the top. Yep. Okay, and now let's say you want to watch the Elon Musk thing.
Here.
Yes. Now we have to trick this into. Okay, so basically, remember that Charlie Puth video I sent you that was like with Betty Boop? Okay.
Here.
Yes. Okay. 10 hours. You're going to loop this one, right click loop, and you can turn it down maybe to like 20%. No, you put it back at the top. Put it back at the top.
Yeah.
You can make it at like 20%. There you go. Perfect. Now, if you watch, you can watch the Elon Musk one now. You could do that too.
But this is on the top.
Yeah. Then all you do is hit play. Now, you may say, exactly. Now, let me explain. Whenever there's a silence, that other video is going to come in, and YouTube's never heard these 2 videos together, and it tricks the computer into thinking that this is unique, even though it's something they've already shown before. Is what I'm saying making sense?
Yes, also with heartbeat.
Heartbeat too.
Is not.
You. So the heartbeat itself isn't a word, so it's not going to change the like, how do I want to describe it? It's not enough of a change alone. With other stuff it is, but that other video of the Betty Boop, the Charlie Puth, that has words in it and it has music in it, and if you play that very low over any other video, the YouTube algorithm is going to think it's brand new because it's never heard that before, and you won't get a copyright strike. So just know if you're ever playing.
YouTube is very problematic, kind of.
Why is it problematic? Why is it problematic?
YouTube.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
YouTube is very
it's
problematic. Yes, it's doing its best to not allow copyrighted material on its platform, but you can use these tricks to get around it. So if you're ever playing anything with sound, with voices in it, play the Charlie Puth thing, the that. Yes, you play that because what happens is when somebody looks, like for instance at the subtitles, when Elon Musk is talking, he'll be saying something like Tesla's the best company ever. But when he's quiet, that like whatever that guy's saying, that will come in and distort the subtitles, and then YouTube thinks it's brand new. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay, so that's how you get around that.
You really said a lot of things. You are a lot trying to explain me. Thank you.
You're
for
welcome.
that, but I don't know. I will be streaming on YouTube in future.
Why not?
Maybe I will think about this how to making stream on YouTube with the sounds all the times, but on kick on Twitch I will be not have that sound. For example, when I'm watching something, analyzing something, it can be, but not always is complete, correct?
I'm not following you. So why wouldn't you stream on YouTube? YouTube's the most important of all of them.
You mean to get people around?
No, YouTube's the worst at that. But YouTube saves the video longer than any of the other ones. That's why you want YouTube. YouTube's very important. You have to understand, you're basically writing a diary or you're writing a journal, and you want it to be saved for as long as possible. YouTube saves it for the longest period.
You are about this. You are about this. But why this is important to you? To be safe in the internet. This is all for you, but you will spend 4 years, to watching this, or this is for people. It's right.
Type in cave painting into just Google.
Painting?
Go into new tab.
Yeah.
New tab. Type in cave painting. CAVE.
Okay.
Cave painting. PAINTING. Yes.
I see. Yes, and
This is modern
your
cave
work.
painting. Exactly. And now type in, I don't know if you'll be able to get this, but Egyptian hieroglyphics. I don't know if you'll be able to do hieroglyphics. Just type in Egyptian.
Yeah, I know.
You
how
know
it
that word.
is, looking.
Yes. Okay. And then type in Michelangelo. MICHELANGELO. And a picture.
Michelangelo.
Yes, go to images. Yes. And then go to type in Civil War Diary. Civil War Diary. No, new. Clear everything. Yeah, delete everything and just type
Okay.
in Civil War Diary.
How
C Civil.
Yes.
Civil
Civil.
War Diary.
Or
Just you could just type in diary. Oh yeah, you don't know. Okay, Diary. Di.
diary. Yeah.
Yes. Not that
Notebook with
notebook. Yes, a notebook with yes, exactly. And then we can do. So I'll put it into terms like this. Clear everything.
yeah.
Clear everything. Yes, and type in the Talmud. 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 Yes, Talmud. Exactly. Okay. So, very big books recording every little instance of history. And now I'm going to send you a. I'm going to send
This
you.
is based on true.
Yeah, it's based on the Bible. So, as much as the Bible is. Now go to your Discord messages. And I just sent you a link. If you can, take that link and put it into. Yeah. Now scroll down. Look at all of my lives. It's a lot, right?
And nobody will want to date you.
Nobody will what?
Never. Nobody will want to delete you like a new age projection of making new perception to population. It's the abstraction, but I always think about it that nothing is for forever, like hieroglyph you told me, or cave painting. That was material. The internet is the other base of getting information. Always it can be changed by AI, and this with material also, not always, but this what is presenting in television and internet can be changed.
Oh, sure.
In program TV about archaeology, it can be changed. It can be even not exist for real. It can be only video.
I recognize that it can be changed. But what it is to me is like my hieroglyphics. It's my cave paintings. It is the story of my life at any given time. And that's essentially what I'm building. And if that's of interest to you, then that's how you archive it. That's how you, like, basically, that's how your life is archived. And did you ever keep a diary when you were younger?
Yes, I
Okay. Okay, so you did. So this is just a digital diary. Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
digital like device.
Like computer. It's like a computer diary. It's a video diary. Does that make sense? It's a video diary. So you can close this you can close this. Um you can close, yeah, exactly. That's okay. And you can close that. But you have to understand, like my ancestors would write in books. See those big books? See all those books? So my ancestors would write in books. And I do the same, but I just do it on video. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's what I do.
Uh,
Now I understand you're different, but you have the opportunity to write your own journal, basically using video and archiving what's of interest to you. Like it doesn't cost you anything and it doesn't hurt you. And it's a very interesting project that if you're already on the internet, why not share it with the world? And you can go back and see how much you've grown over the course of your life.
yes. When you are seeing creating video YouTube is not the same like have saved streams, if you know
Uh,
what I'm talking about, like clips, votes, save it and sending to YouTube in other way. Because I see your route and your diary on YouTube is a good idea to save this. If it will be in future changed, I don't have influence on that. But for with somebody else work on that. But I can represent this what my soul is drinking on this world in forever.
exactly.
So I got your point of view. But like you are seeing creating different video into save something forever in front of live stream saves.
My live streams do save. You can go back to every day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and see what I was doing on camera.
And that was a key which one changed your life.
It changed my life. Yeah, absolutely. I feel it's the most important human project going right now. It's the archiving of a human life. Nobody does this. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some people do. It's very few people, and they don't do it the way that I do it. And people will study this in the future, like we study cave paintings, or like we study hieroglyphics, or like we study paint Renaissance paintings, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Da Vinci, and learn about what life was like. It's like history. Does that make sense?
How you will feel if the internet will be gone forever?
I understand that that can happen at any moment. But you should know that there are backups of this data. So there, it's stored on servers. So if those servers still exist, then it's preserved. If the servers go away, well, then everything goes away. Banking goes away. The whole communication system goes away. Satellites, everything goes away. So long as that stuff continues, which is a very high probability that it will, this video will be archived forever or for a very long period of time. Even when we get off world, the servers will be stored and can be transferred on spaceships to go to other planets.
Don't you think that when the bank or system based on something what is just imagined value
Okay.
will be, not existing because of if I will know how to code like being the best on the world,
Yes.
I would go into this way to make for people a choice to not choosing or choosing that style of way being.
I want a future where there are no banks, just like you. And there's a way to freedom. And after the banks are gone, people will still want data. Data is still very important. It's
But the idea about money
uh-huh.
is not idea about just being and giving for free, but not feeling with this with pain. Just for people are free and just giving what they have too much for free. Like you know that nobody is standing upon your head and tell you that you cannot do that because you must pay pay your attention, pay your soul, whatever that it does. But you must pay. And I want be the best of the world to change this by destroy this planet or heal if somebody needs heal. But if when this person will be healed, she will be sitting with me and seeing this plant and will we talk each other and will we see that okay it's ready to change. We can change it. I know I can change the matter. Just I have been and I am born to that mission.
That's admirable. Well, in your case, just like when you were a little girl and you had a notebook and you would write down your thoughts and how you would grow up and your dreams, your YouTube can be the same thing. Look up, do this. Go to a new tab and go to YouTube.
Can you tell me before that what do you think about this? What I said?
Yeah. Well, what you're envisioning is a post banking world, and you want a world away from where you have to pay for everything, and you want people to be able to heal, right? Is that correct?
I think it is.
I think so. And um, if you can look at go to a new YouTube tab. Yes. Now go to type in Mr. Mr. and then space Beast Beast and then 10 like the number 10 year.
Okay.
Mr. Beast 10-year video.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Or Beast 10 video.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Beast 10-year. Put Mr. Beast 2015. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So the second video there, that's just when he started his journey, and he was a young man, younger than he is today, and he planned for this to go live 5 years ago, 10 years ago. He was just an average person, a YouTuber, and now, do you know who this is?
Yeah, he's the most popular.
Exactly. He's the most popular. Exactly. 100%. And it's like an archive of his life. Does that make sense? He went archive. It's storage. It's like saved. It's like saved part of his life. And that's essentially what I'm doing as well. But mine is continuous. It's not little videos here and there. It's 24/7, 365, all the time. And people will be able to learn a lot about humanity from the videos and how people change and how history is made. And I understand if you don't want to do it, I get it. But I think that you will regret it. And you have the ability to archive your life. That's really important for society. If you have the drive, if you have the determination, if you have the will, people in the future will appreciate what you did. Not only that, you'll be very popular as well. You'll be able to start your own commune. Does that make sense?
Yes. So your perspective is for the next generation, even for the next population.
Yes.
For someone who will discover a past, right?
That's correct.
Okay, it's amazing because my point of view is focused on this what people need to discover about the now, the history now, like this how here in Matrix right now is it looking like if people will go this road, I think in the future there will be not interest like a lower class. Lower class will be really, not stupid, but they will be not educated. They will be, necessary on the monetary system. They will be not looking for the knowledge, will be all lower class to know how you live, which one person you was, to knowing about themselves something. The lower class will be focused on survive. So I think you are creating, from my point of view on now, you are creating in future for class will be focused and will be have time to educate about the past.
Agreed.
But yeah, now I want focus on create something to population now, to class, to making up the lowest class possibility to have time, to have everything, to learn about the persons who was thinking like you, but was before us before long ago,
Yes.
and maybe that was Egyptian.
Yes.
I don't know. That history is based on truth.
Right. I agree. Well, and your goal is to live in a commune, right? A communal life. You want to start a community where you can support it with sun and have free Wi-Fi and everybody gardens and you have food, right?
Yeah, this all what is now
I understand that.
exists.
But you can't do that right now because you can't pay the taxes on it and you don't have a community of people who want to do this with you. What I'm saying is that if you live stream your life 24 hours a day, you will get a lot of people who follow you over the course of the next year just because you're always online and you make yourself available. And
Yeah.
you will start to be able to find like-minded people who think like you and who want to help you with this project. If you don't stream your life, you're disconnected from the world. No one will ever know about your plan. No one will ever know about your healing spirit. No one will ever know about your positive energy. The only way that anybody ever finds out about you is by you streaming it, by you sharing it to the world. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Excellent.
Like I am doing this now, but
Just-
I am not focusing on saving this forever on YouTube.
But you should be. But you should be. And here's why. You're going to be a very important individual in your movement. People are going to want to see when it was just a seedling before it grew into a giant tree. You're just starting. And if you don't live stream it and archive it, far fewer people are going to connect to your message. Your video, your live stream is your voice to the world. If you don't keep that archive, your voice will be quieted. Your way to escape the matrix is through your video. Your video will allow you to get a community. It will allow you to get money to be able to pay taxes. It will allow you to connect with people who can set up your solar and your Wi-Fi and set up the gardens that you need and the houses that you need to be able to break free of the matrix. If you don't have your video, it will never happen, most likely. If you have your video, this is your way out.
Okay, it makes sense for me.
Good. It should.
But I was thinking, about this. What if the person who was created this matrix is maybe is not alive because that was a long, long, but the blood and the persons that the person connect to this plant, these people are continue this today. And I'm thinking, what if this person will be just, delete my working because they don't want make people free because of they will be in chaos. But it's not exactly about this. Uh, they just are searching for any reason to not do that. And one day I will find that person because I'm feeling this going to this way.
Yes.
Like, and this person will be, won't be like on higher position about us. as a human, and he will be a president. He will be close me. I don't know how to describe this. The people are making a war, and so much people are believing in war. I didn't, and when you told me about George Orwell, I know now about what the war is going for not for the material from the earth. It's about human, and they focus, and I want to heal. There's the the people are using that value of humans. I don't know. It's pretty unconsciousness is all what I need to heal in this world with. Okay.
I understand you want to heal the world, and the world will never be able to heal from you if they don't know who you are. The way that people are going to be able to understand what you are and who you're about and what your dreams are and what you want to build is by you streaming yourself, video. That's your voice to the world. I've heard your goal. If I didn't believe in it, I would say that just go waste your time doing something else. But you have a very powerful message. And if you don't share it with the world, no one's ever going to know about it. It's like you are an author of a book and you have all this stuff to be able to share with the world in your mind. But if you don't publish your book, no one's ever going to know about it. By you creating your video streams, that you publishing your book, getting it out to the world, people will then learn about what you do and who you are, and they'll connect with you. And they'll say, Aframasha, I have the same desires that you have, and I want to help you. And imagine yourself in 5 years or 10 years down the road, you're going to have the money that you want for a commune. You're going to have the money that you want to pay taxes, for housing, for your dog, and for other people to be able to live in a life off grid, away from the matrix, away from the powerful people who you want to be free of, right?
We as a Illuminati will be one elite, something like money to escape the matrix.
Exactly.
Will be change your value of people are and have things, not no taxes anymore, and uh, you know the Jesus was will be wanted to be open and the knowledge he has to people are was not rules the world. He tried. I think he tried talk with some Pharisees in Polish, somebody who was rules the church. He was trying to, but this person wasn't decided to, at least. But his target, Jesus' target, was people who was normal people, not people who really was ruling the world. And my target is to save that first one. I must go to the second one, to the people who is ruling the world, and heal them first. Because until they are not healed, whatever I will do when I die and the next generation will become, it will be can forget even, and I will can be in the internet, but until they will not have their values I want to teach them, they will be not searching anything. Maybe a few, but it's about the people who rule the world. They are not searching my values, or maybe are, but they are not doing the true value in this world, and they need to be helped from this own.
And how will they ever find out about you if you don't have your videos?
People who is ruling the world.
Yeah.
Be looking at me on YouTube.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. 100%. You're going to get big enough that they're going to take interest in you, and they will invite you to their very big estates, and they'll say, Afirmatia, we've heard that you want to heal the world and that you want positive energy and you want positive vibes, vibrations. We've heard you, and either we like what you say or we're going to stop you, one or the other. But they will never know about you if you don't share yourself with them. You're at a crossroads right now. If you go on one side of the crossroads, you don't stream your life, and you will be a Polish woman in 10 years, and you won't be any closer to your communal society. No one will know about you, and you'll be living your life, and that's okay. Or the other side is you start streaming. It doesn't cost you anything. You will start to gain a following. You will have people who are positive towards your message, who want to heal with you. You will also have a notebook of your life on video. And in 10 years, you're going to have the money that you need to be able to build a commune, to be able to live off the grid, to be able to pay the taxes, and to be able to help a lot of people. It's your choice. Which one do you want? Where no one knows about you, or where you can help people?
Okay. So it will be open to me new new possibilities. Yes.
Absolutely.
To have a material to create a place for that commune. Yes.
Exactly. People are going to find out about you, and they're going to say, Afirmatia, I love what you say. I love who you are. I want to tell you my story. And you'll be able to hear them, and you'll be able to help them, and you'll be able to heal them. That's what you want. I know that's what you want. But if they don't know who you are, they'll never get that chance. You could help far more people by sharing your message with them. Your video is your voice. Your YouTube channel is in many ways the most important thing that you can give to the world, because it is your book. You are the author of this book. You can play healing songs on it, or frequencies, or people can hear your conversations, or they can just see you doing wellness and stretching and staying in shape, or playing with your dog, or just living your life. That's all very important. They're going to connect with you. They're going to bond with you. You're on day one. That's nothing. In 1 year from now, you'll have hundreds of people following you, if not thousands. I know that's not important to you, but those are going to be the people who make up your community and eventually your communal living area. And they're going to support you, and they're going to tune into your streams, and they're going to ask you for help and support, and you're going to want to be able to heal them. And that's how you do it. And you'll get better at your videos, and you'll be able to share with the world everything that you want. And then eventually powerful people are going to connect with you, and then you're going to be able to have the opportunity to be able to tell them what you want. if you don't do your streams, no one's ever going to find out about you. You'll live in your room. No one will hear your voice. No one will hear your message. They won't even get your energy. I mean, maybe on like a very small level, but nobody's going to know about you. By you sharing your world, it doesn't cost you anything. It's free. You're able to start one of the most important journeys that any person could ever take, and that's sharing their vision of the world with the globe and anyone in the world, whether they're a little boy or a little girl who's just dreaming of a better world, or an old lady or an old man who wants a better future for the next generation, will be able to hear what you say, be healed by you. I mean, your channel alone, just in one day, I watched it. It's very healing. It's very warm. It's like I could check it. I could tune into this, and I did. Other people around the world are going to do the same. I saw just in the last 12-hour video that you did, you just on one channel, you had 115 people who were changed on just one of your channels, just on Twitch. So that doesn't include YouTube, that doesn't include Kick, that doesn't include Rumble. So let's say about 500 people were affected by your positivity yesterday. That's just 12 hours. So over the course of 24 hours, just yesterday, 1,000 people you had a positive impact on. That's a very good start for your first day. 2 days ago, you didn't help anybody, or maybe you helped a couple people, but nobody knew about you. Nobody had your positive energy. Yesterday, 1,000.
You saw the statistic or
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right here on your channel.
okay? Yeah, it's very a lot, and I felt the influence now. Like I am influenced in somebody's life.
Exactly.
Somebody can click, maybe in this click, maybe
Who knows?
in orange, and he can grab some of this energy.
Exactly. Exactly. So don't forget, your video is your voice to the world. You can close that. But when you, yeah, absolutely, you can close that. But when you, so you, why don't you do that?
I didn't. I was looking this today for this time. This is a quiz.
Yeah, just, it's okay. Just get it done.
I think a very big. remember that we can allow on transmission live which one have content with are not yours if transmission have context, education context.
Yes. So we can talk about that. Basically, you can show someone else's video without any sounds going over it or anything, so long as you comment on it, and then it's considered for educational purposes.
If I am comment this already, for example, for 10 seconds, for 5 seconds.
So that's a great question. They don't say. So it's up to them to decide.
Okay, so I can watch the Elon Musk
Yes.
video
Yes.
if I will be have on category that is education or just
Yes.
commenting this.
So I'll show you an example.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, go to a new YouTube channel, a new YouTube tab.
Yes.
Okay, type in what song do you like? What's a song you like that's in English?
That's in English.
Yeah.
It can be YouTube music.
Yeah, just what's a song? Do you like a Taylor Swift song or something?
It can be.
What's what's a popular song that you like in English?
First, what is becomes to my head is this.
What song is this? What's it called?
Miley Cyrus, Flowers.
Love this song. Okay, stop. Now, if you were to play this on your stream right now, you would get a copyright strike. Okay, so great. Now I want you to type in to the search Miley Cyrus Flowers reaction video. So the REACTION.
Yeah, the have video.
Okay. Now, play that one, I think. The top one.
Yeah.
And turn the sound up.
It's
There you go.
yes, and the sound is not full clear. It's
They distort it.
pink,
Yes, they distort it.
yeah,
Exactly, they distort it. But watch them play this, or play this. You can play it. Now see how they stop it? See how they stop it and they talk about it?
Yeah.
So that's the difference. You can't play the song all the way through. You have to stop it and you have to say, I really like this part of the song. It's really great. That is a creative element, and then you can continue to play it. Does that make sense?
Yes, and they are listening, stopping, talking. This is not for the all time playing.
Exactly.
So the algorithm cannot
detect
drop this one.
Exactly. And they consider this to be a creative work because these two ladies are talking about the song and what they like. So it's not just like you're playing the song straight through, because you'll get in trouble for that, because Miley Cyrus makes money every time somebody clicks on her channel. But if you go through and you say, I want to talk about Miley Cyrus's song Flowers, then you're able to do that. Does that make sense?
Yes. So when I will be training on streams, I am using music from YouTube. And I will be, as you said, turn this on or something
Yes.
with this, right? And
Oh, when you're training on
this
YouTube.
is, yes, yes. This is said that I will cannot yet pause, for example, like a microphone will be already on, but the music I will be used for Kick, Twitch, and Rumble will be already all the time playing, but on YouTube when I'm streaming, just without the music, will just all on only my camera.
That you could do. You could definitely do that. So if you want,
Great.
yeah, um, just understand as well, Twitch, YouTube, or Twitch, Kick, and Rumble, they will also give you a copyright strike as well. So you want to be careful of that. What Here's what people want. They don't want your screen. They want your face.
Yeah. So, but it's about audio too, or audio can be, but it's about the video.
So can you make it? Can you make it? Can you make your stream so that you have your face in the corner?
Yes.
Let's see it.
Like here.
Exactly. That's what people want.
Of course. But when I'm sleeping,
When you're when you're sleeping, we can.
when I'm sleeping,
Yeah.
I can be on camera, but I don't need
No, you don't have to be.
because I
You don't have to be on camera when you're sleeping. You
like
Yeah, but people like that too.
yeah, this is authentic.
It's authentic.
Like,
That's exactly right.
yeah.
They feel connected to you.
You know what? I was seeing in my real life a person who was interact with my chakras and meridians, just like in my billboard. Like I was moving my hand, and maybe I don't know. She was actually doing the things, but she moved my hand into her intentions. Like somebody can into internet also do some things with your aura, some things with your body. That's I am practicing awareness into my body to feel a correct perspective into not controlling, being you know neutral about this what is happening. And when somebody wants at me, I am okay. I am exercising neutral, so I can even give you some neutral. So then we can go level up and level up and heal each other. But when I am sleeping, I am on awareness. I am sometimes even quit my body or like you know, and that's why I'm not come around.
That's okay. No worries there. Um, I think that well, so I can show you some things that you can do in OBS Studio if you want. I mean, not right now, but what you should what you should do when you're doing let's say you're just doing your normal stream. Go to uh, your browser. Yeah. Okay. Close that. Close that. No, not the whole thing. Just close this tab.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and close this tab
Yeah.
and play this. And go to the next one to the left. Yep. The heartbeat one. Play this. Yep. And go to the next one. Yep. Yep. Play this. Okay. Um, go to the rainbow one that I made. That you bookmarked. Yeah. It can be big. It can be big. Okay. And then go to your Elon Musk video.
Yes.
And copy the. Let me think how to do this. Okay. Go to OBS Studio. Actually, make the rainbow. Go to the rainbow. Go to the rainbow. Yeah. Okay. Now go to OBS Studio. Yeah. And now, right on the rainbow, right click, and you want to add new source.
You mean source?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yes. And then you want browser.
Yes.
Good. And then it can be just a new one. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. And then in the drop down, the top bar, um, let me I don't actually think I don't think that we click. Did you click browser?
Well, because it's kind of chaos in my mind. but it sounds.
That's okay. You can turn them down. Turn them all down for a second so that you can hear me.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I
Okay. So
change it.
no, that's fine. Does it say did you open the browser one?
Here in index.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's it. Okay. Go to your Elon Musk one and grab that. Copy that link. Yeah. Copy that and put it in there. Yeah, and then press OK. Okay. Now, I don't know if the subtitles are going to work the way we want. So,
I can change something or click accept the
I think so. Yeah, scroll down.
cookies.
Scroll down.
Or I
No, you can't. Okay.
cannot.
That's okay. You can close that one. Let's see here. Right click
Yeah.
and just hit delete.
Again.
Delete.
Leave.
Delete like delete, get rid of it.
Delete. Yes. Remove.
Remove, yes. Okay. So the way I would do it, and this is up to you, is take that screen and make it smaller, so it's the same size as your picture.
Okay, I know. But you mean the same source or this what I am have here at my screen?
Yeah. There you go, just like that. Yeah. And I'd make your picture big.
Mm,
Yes, I'd make that one big. Yes. That way people connect with you. So you move Elon Musk to the front, exactly. And you make that one big. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I understand. But you have the argument now that you're the main topic of this video, not Elon Musk. So you're not stealing from Elon Musk. It's your video now. Does that make sense?
yes, but I will can watch this without this sounds in background.
So what I would do, so firstly, make your video all the way big. The whole screen should be your video. No, not that one. Your
Here?
There you go. Yes. Now put Elon Musk on top. He's already there. He's already there. He's already there. There you go. Okay, now make him smaller. Yes. And move him so like just to the corner. That's fine. Perfect. Great. So that people know what you're watching. Now, if YouTube comes over and says, "Hey, you were stealing Elon Musk's video," you're going to say, "No, I wasn't. It's in this really small part of the screen. I'm the main subject." Now, for the sound on this, you want to play that Charlie Puth video and just play it really low.
And watching this.
And watch that. Yes. That's your stream. Now there are other things you can do to it to make it cool. It's not that it's not cool now, but you can have affirmation at the top and all the other things. You can do that. But for right now, now you're not stealing from anybody. Now you are the main source of the video.
That's our argument.
It's our argument, exactly. And you want to play some other sound in the background so that you're not going to get flagged for this Elon Musk video. So what you do is go to Puth. Exactly. Okay. And just play it lightly in the back, just a little bit to distort the sound. Perfect. Great. Nope. You want Elon Musk there, though.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now hit play.
It will be working with a ball.
You can do that too. Absolutely. That's fine. I think it's better that way. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so nice. I like, but the problem would be if somebody has some music
Gesundheit.
in
Gesundheit.
the background originally.
Yeah. So if you only have directly from someone else, the YouTube algorithm is going to say, "Hey, this is someone else's sound." But if you have Elon Musk and someone else's sound, it doesn't know the difference between you using two separate videos and it's something brand new. Does that make sense? Okay. So you have to just slightly change it. Yeah, so you can hit play on him. Wait, firstly, go to Charlie Puth. Go to Charlie Puth. Yes.
Or this, I can do.
You can play that, but you also want to play something with words. And that's where Charlie Puth comes in.
Okay, I understand. Can I just, as I said on YouTube, mute this all where I am watching, just when I am streaming on YouTube, just um, camera and my comment voice. Nothing more to being not, problematic with this all.
So long as the sound isn't
This is no.
so long as the sound is not transmitted, then YouTube will never know. Then it would just be you. Once you start playing copyrighted sound, that's when you have to distort it. Does that make sense?
I know, but because now I'm kind of tired for my whole day today.
Okay.
Training. But I had idea to mute screen share on YouTube
Okay.
and only comment something and listen to music on Kick, Twitch.
You'll get a copyright strike on those ones as well.
As well.
Yes.
YouTube.
Yes. But okay, so you're gonna go to bed. So let's get your screen set up for bed. So what you do is you won't have your picture on it so that you have your privacy. So remove your picture.
Like here.
Yeah, you can just shut it off. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna put something there. Go put the open up the rainbow thing.
I know what I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Do I will stream a rainbow music, this music, this music, this music when my computer will be shut down? Because last night, this night,
Yes.
I was my computer was shutting down, but my stream was already still record.
Right. Why did your computer shut down? Because it fell asleep?
Yes, and it was a test for me because I have laptop.
Yeah.
And I output charger. And it was nice to me about the electric and quiet, but stream wasn't like that. It was rumble screen. This
Yes.
green
Yes, the
button.
green triangle. Okay.
How to let this with letters, for example. I will sleep a good night and this in the corner, for example.
Yeah. So first we have to go to your settings on your computer. So go to your start menu and type in power, POWER. Right in there, yeah, power. And it should say like power settings.
Edit
Yes.
plan
Options, yeah.
power.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you have an option for always on?
But it was good. It was shut down because of quietly. when I was sleeping. It just wasn't calling. Like a stream was going on when my computer was shut down. So I like it very much, and it can be shut down still.
What?
But,
What? Yeah. So go back to your power. All right. So while it's plugged in, we want it to be we want the screen to shut off after whatever you want. 10 minutes is fine. But we want the computer to shut down. Never. Always on. When it's plugged in. So that one, it should be always on. Click there. And oh wait, nightly? Wait, what's Niji mean?
never.
Never. Perfect. Yes, just like that. So press OK.
But it's not what I want, I think, because the power will be never shut down.
That is what you want. What will happen under these settings is your computer won't shut off, but your screen will shut off after 10 minutes, so that you'll be able to get sleep, but your stream will still be going in the background because your computer's still going. Does that make sense?
When my computer wasn't going, stream still was working on.
But just the
And that
green,
was
just the
interesting.
green thing, right?
This green thing is a battery.
No. No. When your computer shut down, your stream did not shut down. It kept going, but it was just that green screen, right?
Yeah, like Rumble Studio logo.
Rumble Studio logo. Yes, exactly right. You want it to be yours, whatever you want to be streaming, though. You don't want the Rumble Studio logo, right?
Only my own.
Only your own.
You know, my own picture, not Rumble Studio logo.
Exactly.
My picture one.
Exactly. So what we want to do is, but you still want this. You still want your screen to shut off so it doesn't bother you, right?
I want the all computer shut down.
If you want the whole computer to shut down, then your stream is not going to show anything anymore.
I will show you. If it is in my channel,
Yeah, it is.
I think it is.
It is.
But this was when I woke up.
Yep. Before that one. It's before that one.
And this was when I. Oh yes.
Yes.
Here is the screen.
Yes.
When my computer shut down.
Yeah. Right.
Here.
Yes. If your computer shuts down, that's the screen that's going to show.
But the live stream was going on still.
It is, but just that screen. So, like basically, once your computer shuts down, you can't. It doesn't have anywhere to get information, so it just puts that screen up. Does that make sense? So you need to make it, and you already have, if you have your computer on Never, your computer will not shut down. Your computer has to be going 24 hours a day to do this, which is fine. Computers are made to do that. In fact, there's an argument to be made that it's even better that your computer never shuts down. Okay, but your screen will shut off after 10 minutes, so you can sleep. And we can set it up so that your stream continues in the background.
Yes.
Exactly. So the way that we do that, the screen should shut off after 10 minutes. The computer should shut off never. Do you have that as your settings?
No, because of my condition of my computer after a few months never shutting down. Will be there's a price for electricity. It's not that much, but the condition of my laptop will be going, back and back. I don't have. It's better if even I have to stream 12 hours on 7 or something like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're saying you only stream 12 hours a day?
For example, but I thought that I can.
Just one moment, Miss Aquarius. Go ahead, Affirmatia.
Have stream going on 24 hours.
Miss Aquarius, please, if you can.
Because
Miss Aquarius. Just one moment, Affirmatia. Miss Aquarius. I'll mute her. Miss
Yeah.
Aquarius.
Because of
older than me, mommy.
possibility to have computer
I know
closed,
you didn't know. Yeah, I fixed this.
closed
Yeah.
shut down because of have this possibility.
Thank you.
I can have 20, 24 hours per 7 days because I can shut down the computer and streaming already. This is good for streaming all the time because I don't better to pay less for electricity and lower using of condition of my laptop.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay. I
And I
understand.
am back, when I woke up, and I am streaming then with my computer turned on.
Okay. I mean, I understand. Let's see how much the difference is. How much is it to use a computer 24 hours versus 12 hours price in Poland? All right. So all right. So to run it 12 hours a day, it's what's your 39 whatever what's your currency called?
My city,
No, your currency, your money. What do you call your money?
PLN.
Oh, here, I'll send it to you because I don't know. It's not that big of a difference. I mean, you may think it is, and that's fine. It's not a lot. It's so I'm sending it to you right now. Read your Discord messages if you can.
Okay. Okay, it's kind of a difference, but not big.
It's very small. It's very small.
It's very small. Bigger difference is about the condition.
Yes, now let's talk about that. There are arguments. So, give me the arguments that it's better never to shut down your computer. Give me the argument that it's better to never shut down your computer.
It's even better.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Just one moment.
I didn't thought it in that way.
Arguments to never.
That it could be better.
It. I've been running these computers for 5 years.
Yeah. What if electricity, for example, in your town will be turned off?
They have batteries
Or generators?
and yeah, batteries. So, read my. I just sent you another message. So it's actually better that you don't shut it off every night.
What with tinnitus?
What'd you say?
Tinnitus. And ear, like a
Oh,
noise.
tinnitus?
Yeah, like a noise from computer.
Oh, this is
For example,
nothing. It's not loud. It's very quiet.
okay.
Yeah, tinnitus happens with very loud noises right in your ear. A, 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 a and you can mute it on your end too, so that when you go to bed, you mute your computer, so there's no sound, and then in 10 minutes there'll be no screen. It'll be pitch black and no sound. Does that make sense to you?
And stream will be still
Yes.
going on.
Now we're gonna teach.
Okay, it was what I get, I guess.
Yeah, so we're gonna set up your computer right now. So you want screen to shut off in 10 minutes and your PC to shut down never. When plugged in.
And advanced settings, I have
You don't need that. You don't need that.
okay.
Just go back to the other screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, go back to the other screen. No, back to the power one.
Wait, I am just right here. Can I click silent?
What is silent?
Plan of power. Like a screen light or going into sleep. Try. sleep mode. Sleep mode.
You don't want your computer to go to sleep. Go. Yes, this screen. Look, go back. Yeah. No, not 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
I know what
Oh.
is this. You know, this is I am turning this on or off on my cooler system in laptop.
Okay, I mean that's fine if you want to do that. But hold on, the computer stream pause. Affirmasha has minimized the application.
Okay, it's a good message to me because I changed this kind of way of working of my laptop.
Okay, that's fine. You minimize your application. Reopen the application. Reopen Discord. There you go. Okay.
See? No?
Just one moment. Just one moment. It's paused. You have to reopen your application. Reopen Discord. Okay. Nothing showing. Affirmation, show your screen when you can, please. Affirmation. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, how are you, Miss Aquarius?
Hey, Rainbow. How are you?
I'm not happy with myself because I fell asleep at 7:30 my time, 10:30 your time, and I missed you. But
Okay.
I'm all yours in a moment. I'm just helping a friend here.
Okay.
So Affirmatia,
Okay. Okay.
excellent. Affirmatia, show your screen again, please.
Yeah.
Yes, show your screen. There you go. Okay. There you go. Perfect. Let's go to okay, so that screen. No, go back. Not that one. The other one. The power one.
The color one, I think.
Yeah, that one. Perfect. That's what you want. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, but you should know you changed. It was before 10 minutes. It was like, okay, that's fine. Yes. Accept. Yes.
And this?
Accept. Yes. Okay, close this. Yes. Okay, now go to OBS. Yes. And I think something that would be cool for you is go to a new go to YouTube. Yeah, and go to a new tab and type in to YouTube. YouTube. Yeah. Northern, type in Northern, Northern,
Mm,
Nort, no, Nort is in Tom. No, not D, not D.
Mm,
Yes. Hern.
E, R.
No, delete that. Delete. North is fine. North is fine. Now just type in lights. Lights.
Right.
Yes. 12 hours. Yeah, that one. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. And what we're gonna do is you could do that. Go back. Go to the go to the go to the second one. Or go to the third one. Go to the third one. Apologies. Go back. That one. Oh no, not that one. Not that one.
Oh,
Do you like that or no? No. Let's find you 10 hours. That's a cool one. Do that. Do the 10 hours Aurora Borealis, Green Northern, the green one. No.
the green one here.
Yeah, that one. That's fine. Okay. Now when you're sleeping, is this okay as if this is what's being shown on your screen? I shouldn't say that.
With this others?
No. That's not going to be on there. It's just going to be that. Is that okay? Like, you're going to be asleep and your screen's going to be black on your end. But if that's what you're going to be showing to your audience, is that okay?
Like without the screen.
Yeah, so we'll fix that. Okay, make that big. Make that big.
Okay.
Yes. And make it even bigger. Even bigger. So it's the whole screen. Nothing at the bottom. Keep it even bigger. Even bigger. Yes, keep going. There you go. Nope, too big. Go back. There. Okay. So that it's just the green in the middle. Yeah.
Just the green.
Yeah, just like that. You know what? There's another way we can do this. Make it smaller. That's okay. Actually, well, apologies. Let's make it right. So, yeah, that's cool. Make that in the center.
In the center?
That's fine. Okay, now right click on it. And you want to flip it. You want to mirror it. Do you know how to mirror it? It's under transform. Yes. Go to transform and mirror it. There. No, that's the other way.
Like here.
Yes, exactly. Okay, and let's do this the right way. Make it smaller so that it just takes up the screen.
Smaller.
Yeah, smaller. We'll do this the right way. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now what we're going to do, it's called crop, I believe. Let's go to right click and go to crop.
Crop.
Yes.
Crop.
Means like to cut.
Cut. Okay.
In English, it's crop. It might be under adjust or something. It's under transform. Maybe under.
Cut? Like cutting?
No. I don't think. Yeah, I mean that's what it is, but I don't think that's it. Go to transform, and do you see crop? What's the first one say?
Edit.
Yeah, do that.
Transform.
Do edit. Yeah. That's it. Okay. Now, I want you to make. You're gonna make it a little small. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut off all the stuff we don't want. So, yeah, keep that. Keep going down. Yeah, clip press that. Keep going, like a lot. You're gonna do it a lot. Keep doing it. There you go.
I can do
Oh,
this.
that's true.
I think into this, you know.
Wait, no. I've made a mistake. No. Go back. No, you're fine. That's fine. Just go. Do you see? No, scroll. I need that. That. Use that whole. Yeah. Pull up. Pull up. Like higher. Like that box. Make it higher on your screen. No, other way. Up. No. You just did it. You just no. Put that down. That where that box is. Where the box. Okay. Just don't. No. That's fine. Stop. No. No. Stop. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. The box. That editing box. Yes, that one. Keep going higher. No. Just pull the editing box higher on your screen. Yes, keep going up. There you go. Stop. Now, do you see at the no? That's fine. Stop. Now, do you see the last four things at the bottom? Okay, keep going down. There, that one. No. Do you see where it says 0px? 0px. Yes. Okay, we're gonna start with those. That's gonna cut it on the sides. So, make it like 10. Like just yeah. You can type 10.
Pen.
Yeah, and it's cutting the side.
Everywhere.
Yeah, let's try it. Okay, so it's cutting it basically. It's making it smaller. Okay, go back up. No. Okay, make the bottom one 100. Wait, where right is instead. So bottom right 100. That one 100. Yeah, 99. That's fine. Okay, it's still not enough. Just do you see what we're doing? Okay, see how it says 99px? Make it, just keep going like that. Keep going like that. Do you see it's moving the bottom up? Keep going. Yes, so keep going until it's only going to be the northern lights that we see. There you go. That's good. Now we're going to do the right, that one, and you're going to do it like, I don't know, 300 or something like that, probably. 150, maybe 300. Try 300. You okay? That's good. Do the other side, 300. You have deja vu. Okay. Do the other one, 300.
Up or left?
The one on the right. The one on the right.
On the right?
Yeah.
Which one will you use?
Can you move the edit box higher so I can see the yeah, that. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So that's the top. So just make it so that you can't see anything at the top. I don't know, maybe like 100.
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
More?
the one on the right needs to be like 300.
Like this.
Too much. So that one,
How much?
yeah, it's too small. Oh wait, maybe it's not too small. It just needs to be bigger, so it takes up the whole screen. Yeah.
It cannot be like this.
You don't want it. Keep going. There you go. That's fine. That's
Okay.
good. Just so that it takes up the whole screen. There you go. That's fine. At the top, you want to adjust that one. That's good. Okay, and then
And it will be not captured by copyright.
we flipped it. Remember, we flipped it?
Yeah.
And the copyright won't know that. And we changed the size of it, which also the copyright won't know.
What with sound?
Wait, we're going to fix the sound. We're not done with the sound. So close that. Close that edit box. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Minimize. Yeah. Okay. Now right click, or I shouldn't say, yeah, right click on here and press loop. Yes. And then mute the sound on this. Yes. Now put on your three sounds.
It can be this one. It's better.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just can't hear it, so that one's okay. Okay. And now,
Slower.
okay, it's slower.
This too?
You don't need this one.
Okay.
Now, go to Rumble Studio. Okay. And
Here.
yeah. And turn on YouTube.
And kick and push.
Yep, everything's good.
Next.
Yep. And let's see what it looks like. Turn on your virtual camera.
Mm-hmm. Here and here.
The second one. We have to do the second one. Okay. I'm not in love with the view. I think we can do better. So let's go to, yeah, delete that. Just remove that, the whole thing. We don't need that. Just remove that. Remove that. Yes. Let's go to YouTube. Let's find something that you like. That is just like a, you find something that you like, but I would want to pick something that isn't like a picture. Like, you know what really would work well? Let me find it for you just for a moment.
This is
No, too specific. It has trees in it. We want something very vague. Just for a moment. I'll find you something and you tell me if you like it. If you like it, then we can use it. If not, we'll use something else. Water.
even this first was pretty good.
Okay, you like the first one. Okay, just one moment. Water rainbow diamond 12. Okay, I found it.
Every day I connect with my body.
I wish go to sleep.
You'll go to sleep in a second. Just one moment. Just one moment. Okay, I found it. Okay, I'm sending you a message in Discord. Just one moment. Okay, go to Discord. Yeah, that. Yes. Open that one.
Okay.
And you want to loop this one. And now, well, let me ask, do you like it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's colorful.
See what it looks like. Yeah, it's colorful. It's always moving. Okay, now go to OBS.
Yes.
Okay, and add that that to it.
This like
Browser.
or like
Browser.
sharing.
Sharing is fine. You know what? No. Don't do that one. Do the sharing one. The reason why is we want to make sure it loops. You'll probably be up in 12 hours, but we want to make sure it works correctly. There you go. Yes. Now, yeah, you could just do that. You don't have to do the cutting and everything. Yep, that works. Nope, you don't want the top to show. There you go. Perfect. Now, oh, we don't want the bottom to show either. Yeah. And we want to mirror it or yeah. So I think it's like flip it. There you go. Perfect. Yes. Now, what I would do if I were you is I would add text on this screen, and the text would say, "Please subscribe."
Or I want to sleep.
Okay, you can. Well, that's what I would say. Sleeping, please subscribe.
Yeah. Like here's color, here's picture at picture, I think. Oh, here's a text.
There you go.
Okay. Like in English, it will be good.
Sleeping, yeah.
Sleeping.
And then nope, not there. Sleeping, and then enter. Enter.
Yes.
Yeah, enter.
It is.
Yeah, enter. So it's below.
Okay.
Yes, there you go. Yes. Please. PLEASE. Capital P. Capital P. Capital P. No. Capital P. Yes, ma'am. PLEASE. And then space subscribe. Capital S. Capital S. No, capital S.
Yes, I will.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. And then center it. Yeah, there you go. That works. Okay. And then I put down there. I don't. That's fine. That's fine. Delete the. There you go. No. Delete that. There you go. Yep. And press OK. That's fine. Put it in the center,
Yeah.
but bigger. I would make it.
Purple.
I would make it bigger. There you go.
I want to create a new one with Polish.
That's fine too. Yeah, absolutely. I like the heartbeat. I like that too. But hold on. I would do that, but I would not do that one. Delete, delete. Yeah. Go to Google. Yes. And type into Google a new tab. Yeah, smiley face emoji. And scroll down.
Like a text.
Yes. And that way, go all the way to the top. Top. No, go to the top. That's the one you want. Okay, that's fine. I wouldn't use that one. Go back. Go to the top. I'd use that. No, see where it says copy? Underneath the smiley face? You see the smiley face?
Yeah.
It says copy.
And copy here.
Yes, at the bottom. No, not there.
It's square.
It's square. Okay. Maybe on the...
So it's in text, right?
You could do the text too.
Like this is emoji, but it's text, like a symbol.
That one. Yeah. No, the third one. That one.
Yeah. I like it.
I do too. I'm glad you were thinking that. Okay, yeah. But no, at the bottom. Move that at the bottom. Centered in the bottom.
At the bottom.
Yes, ma'am. There you go. In the center, yeah. At the bottom. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. And do the same for the English one.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, no. This one. What's this?
Yes.
Alright. Something will happen here.
No, it's just zoomed in. It's just zoomed in.
It will be blurred, yes?
It's just the way the color is right now, or the picture is. Go and look at it. It's just really, really big.
Yeah.
That's fine though. It'll mess around and fix itself. Put the smiley face there too. Yep. Smiley face for English too. More in the center. There you go. That's fine. There you go. Okay. That's fine. There you go. That's your it's beautiful. It really is. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, now go to Rumble Studio. and let's make
Something like this.
yeah, turn off your camera and turn it back on. Okay. There's got to be a reason why it's doing that. Go to your YouTube and let's see what the YouTube's looking like. So that's interesting because it's blue.
Yes.
Oh, it's just why did it show?
Like they
What is that?
backdoor to like the backdoor to not copyrighting somebody's videos. I don't know. I think.
No, it wouldn't be that smart. Let's. So you're saying go to okay. Let's maximize everything. So go to your kick or yeah, there. Close that. Yep, and go there and close that. And this is Rumble Studio. That's fine. Go to your okay. Go to okay. Oh, keep that open. What is that? Click that.
If I will be click on that, it will be changed like this.
What is this?
This is the same video.
Oh, it is the same video. Okay, it's just not the blue. Okay, it's just not the blue. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's just zoomed. It's just zoomed. Okay, so let's fix it if you want. So let's make it right, and then you go to bed. Okay, so go back to OBS. Yep, OBS.
Yes.
Okay, make the screen smaller. I should say, I need to be specific. Make the water screen smaller. Yeah, that one.
That was actually easy. Wait. Here.
Yeah. Make that one smaller. So that it fits in the whole screen. Yeah.
This?
Yeah, just like that. But like make it so that it fills the whole screen. Okay, so we don't have okay, go
Here?
no. That's fine. Go back. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go back to OBS. Okay. Right click on the water. Right click and edit it.
And it's transform?
Yeah. And we're gonna cut it the way we want. So yes.
300?
Yeah, on the one side and 300 on the other side.
Yes.
And then maybe 200 and 200 or something. That's too much. That one's too much. Maybe 50? Okay.
Okay, you have.
Now make it take up the whole screen. There you go. Okay.
Like this?
Yeah, let's go to Rumble Studio. Beautiful. Okay. Now, why does it do that? That's really interesting. Turn your camera off. Oh, hold on. I wonder. So OBS is doing that. Go back to OBS.
Yes.
OBS. Yeah. Why? Okay, wait. Maybe OBS is not doing
This
that.
is from.
That's
video.
from that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So it just changed.
Yes. When I minimize, something like that. When I minimize, I can watching this.
When you minimize,
This is blurry.
yeah. So when you minimize, it blurs.
I
Okay.
can sleep with that.
Yeah. You just that's all you do.
Here.
Okay. So maximize that screen. That's fine. Go to. Ooh, pretty. Go to Rumble Studio.
I can try
There you go.
Rumble Studio in the same application. Okay.
Why would it do that?
I know, because this is now. It's working.
Okay. Is it moving on Rumble Studio? Yeah, it looks like it's moving. Okay, it looks really good. It's very pretty. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is it because you have presentation mode on? Go to the second one, auto. Yeah, that one.
But if I will close still this, it will be not like this. And I will be just on screen in order.
That's okay. I understand. Just leave it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Yes. And now what will happen, let's talk this through before you do it. You're going to go live. And then you're going to go, you want to make sure your microphone is off, which it is, so that's good. And you're going to go to bed. Your screen on your computer, just the screen of the computer, will go off in 10 minutes. And then your computer will not shut down. And your stream's going to go all night, and you're going to maybe get a subscriber or two. And then when you wake up in the morning, you just go and do whatever you need to do. But that's how you want it to work, right?
Right.
I find this to be very healing with the heartbeat and the music and everything. It's beautiful. In the background with the water. I really like it. So I hope you do too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so you're ready to go live.
Of course. Here, and here.
Yes, ma'am.
They go live, and YouTube will say nothing because they can.
Exactly. And I'm going to check your streams right now to make sure it looks cool. And I imagine it does. And then it's a good thing to keep track of in your mind. Like when you go to bed, you'll be like, all right, I have 145 followers. And maybe you'll get some overnight. You don't have to keep track of it because it'll keep track of it for you. But it's just like you see if it works. Okay, just one moment. It's Affirmatio. It is really cool. Okay, I'm going to look at it on YouTube. YouTube, it says you're live. Oh, it looks great. It looks really great.
Amazing.
Yeah, I like it too. Oh, it's so calming. I could just watch it all night. It's really calming. Okay, so there's that. So YouTube's working.
Imagine a timer next to it. It is easy to do it. When I wake up or something like this, very interesting idea, but not today.
Yes, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you, like a countdown. I love it. That's a great idea. But yeah, not today. One thing at a time, as they say. And you are going to. I checked YouTube. YouTube looks really good. I'm checking your Kick. Oh, Kick looks great. And then I'm gonna check your Twitch, and we know your Rumble's working. So, oh, it's so cool. I love it. It's so calming. Okay, so now you go get your sleep, and you can mute your own computer so that you don't get tinnitus or whatever you were worried about. And but if you like the sound, then you can keep it going. But just know in 10 minutes your screen's going to shut off, your computer will not shut down, and you are good to go. Okay.
All right.
Very cool, Aframasha. You take care. Sweet dreams to you. We'll see you in the morning. I may be up, I may not be up, but we'll talk tomorrow and we'll see how it went. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. And if you can stay in the Discord call just like you are with you certainly don't have to show your screen or anything, but I love having people here. It makes me feel like I'm not alone.
Of course, I will be here.
Thank you, Afrabashi. Okay, sweet dreams to you. Good job.
Sweet dreams. Thank you for everything.
My pleasure. Aframasha, in 1 year from now, you'll be so happy you took this path. And in 10 years from now, you'll be living in your own commune.
I think that too.
Good. Sweet
It
dreams.
will become true.
That if you will it, it is no dream. If you want it,
Done for reality.
exactly. Sweet dreams, Aframasha.
Good dreams also.
Thank you, madam. Shout out to Aframasha. She's got her shit together. Her shit, it looks great.